Okay,
No, it's good.
we're live. Hello, everyone.
Hi, Marine.
Hey, Marine.
Hey.
So welcome, guys, to our first ever virtual developers conference. We took some time getting things set up. I hope you didn't
Sorry
have to
for
wait
the
too
wait.
long. Yeah. Now we are ready. And so just to mix things up a bit, sessions after sessions the whole day, we introduced a few podcasts here and there, little talk shows, where we are going to still talk about some tech related topics and bring in some guests and so on. So Marine, what do we have right now?
Today we are live with Delphine Bissessor and Neha Ganu. They are going to be joining in very, very soon. So, yeah.
Yep.
Neha, Delphine, welcome.
Hi, Marine. Hi, Venush.
Hey, guys.
Nice.
Well, girls, rather. Yeah. Actually, the topic for today is going to be a little talk about women in tech and context. And it's interesting that we have Neha and Delphine, both women in tech, but with different paths. So it could be interesting to see how it got there and what's their thought about this in Mauritius. So let's hand over to you guys. Delphine, why don't you just give us a brief introduction? What do you do? Who you are? After that, Neha.
Okay, so hi everybody. I'm Delphine. I'm in tech. I've been in tech for nearly 30 years now, I guess. And I'm currently working on the hot topic of digitation for a local bank. I've been in Mauritius only for nearly 10 years. So I haven't done all my career here. So that's probably I've got a different path to have, but we'll see about that later. So I've done pretty much everything. I started as a developer and did all sorts of things, but always very much hands-on, by formation and at heart. So that's me in a nutshell.
Yeah, that's nice.
That's awesome.
And Neha, how about you? Who are you and what do you do for our guests?
Okay, so I'm a consultant in digital marketing, brand content strategy, and all. I was working in the corporate environment, a 9-to-5 job, and then I switched to independent consultant, and I also have a startup. We research here, it's in the fintech industry, artificial intelligence technologies. So yeah, consultant and startup.
Yeah,
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, you can see like the difference in backgrounds. Like Delphine has been from the get-go. She was already in tech. You see, on the other hand, Neha was was doing marketing, and then eventually she started into digital marketing and stepped into the tech world.
Exactly.
So like different perspective. So Neha, since you kind of shifted into it, what drove you? What made you think about let's go tech?
Well, I guess I about digital transformation, innovation, technology. I love designing websites and all. So I said, why not? Let's try it and see where it goes. So then, I started learning about it and I do it. It was like, it was meant to be. So then, I switched to digital marketing. I love what I do, and then the startup came in artificial technology with my co-founder Nair. So we specialize in chatbots in automating business processes. So this is a really cool thing, which is emerging technologies in how you can automate manual tasks, and so that people can focus more on their business core models. So in a way, we wanted to help local businesses, medium of technology. So yeah, in a nutshell, this is what it is.
That's great. So a woman in tech and an entrepreneur, woman in entrepreneurship. But on the other hand, Delphine is in Mauritius, so you've worked elsewhere before. So maybe this is a good chance to get your perspective, like women in tech, from what you have seen out of Mauritius and in Mauritius, and what do you think about it? What was your journey like as a woman in tech?
As a woman in tech, well, obviously, if we look back at when I started, then there were very few women in tech. I don't know if that ratio has changed, but engineering school, we had about 10% of women, and changed much as I've progressed. But I've had the privilege of working mostly for startups and very companies. So in a sense, that thing about a woman or whatever, there's no difference. You've got a job to do, and you've got to do it, because if you don't do it, then the company, and that's basically the bottom line. So if you're the right person for the right job, then you've got to get on with it. Man or woman, it's coming to Mauritius, it's a bit different. That there is a bit different, I think, but there shouldn't be that much difference, though. Because think about it, women are just as capable as men, especially when you're talking about technology. It's about using your brain, using your knowledge, using your instinct also, because tech is not just about
Yeah, that's true.
very straight. And we're not using strength, physical strength. So there's no reason why we can't have of the cake really on that level. But I think, I think there's whether it's at school or it's just society or whatever, it just means that women are not going into that domain as much as men, which is a pity. I think we've got different things to bring in. And I really encourage women to join.
Yeah, that's a nice message
totally
to
right.
pass. Yeah. So I'm like the only man here. You guys, you don't have to take your anger out on me.
Oh, we're
right
not
now.
angry women.
No, but I get where you're. DEFCON, we've always been pushing every year, like, come on, girls, more women come and present, get involved, and I think it's improved. I did not look at the stats for this year. I'm gonna admit, but eventually over the years we did see that it improved, and we were starting to get more women to come and present. So I'm gonna say it's a work in progress. It's true, it's culture and society, but it's a work in progress. And what's important is we don't let go. We all need to adopt this kind of thinking, as you mentioned, Delphine. We are talking about women in tech now. I know she's hosting, but you are also you're also one of them, Marine.
Yes, Marine, tell us.
I'm a bit of a special case. Since I've been working in tech, I admit that like the amount of women I see compared to the amount of men, it's very biased. Like there are way more men in the tech industry than there are women. And I just don't get it, because I mean, we have everything to take over the world, guys.
Girls.
I guess it's the mindset years of years when people think about development, they all talk about men, but of course it's changing. I see a lot of women, a lot of girls who likes to code. Like it's
I have to
both
admit
sides.
this.
And this is changing, and like Vidush said, even there are more girls presenting now.
We're very happy about this one because,
Yes.
yeah.
But just to give you
Cool.
something I heard from, I had a brilliant intern last year, and she's coming from Congo. When I first met her, I said, "Well, why did you get in tech?" And she said, "Well, I want that." And then so she was living with her granddad, and so she wanted to study in programming and engineering. And he said, "But why should I pay for it? Soon you're going to be the property of someone else." And it was like, and she then went, "Well, I'm just going to show you what I'm going to do." And she just went on and got grants and stuff like that from big companies, subsidize her studies. But I just thought, yeah, girl, that way to go.
Way to go.
Yes.
Exactly.
That's like the extreme of the bias. That's where you see the culture. How sometimes people think, saying that yeah, you're going to be the property. That's not nice.
No,
Because
it's 21st
someone,
Definitely
century,
yeah,
not.
right?
she's her own person. She has to build her own future. There is no property of it. There's no human trafficking here. So
Thank God.
um
Just to show how bad it can
yeah.
be, right?
So
And what
sometimes we don't realize it.
Yes, of
Yeah.
course.
So okay, now this is a classic question, but since I have you guys here, this is a good time to ask it. And I don't know, maybe I have to change some habits too. I don't know. What about the workplace? This is something that is often related to not just women in tech, but women in general when working somewhere. Have you guys encountered, or if not you, heard from friends so on, about workplace issues that seem for a woman to work? Personally, well, it's open. Any one of you. Well, this is a good feedback then.
That's the
no, I think that
That's
the feedback is more about no issue as such, or no discrimination or anything like that. But there is the fact that there's always that thought about, does that woman have her place in the tech environment? And I've felt throughout my career that, of course, the answer is yes, but you always have to prove yourself, and
yeah,
maybe you have to always try to do better than what your male counterpart might do. At least that's the way I've felt. It's not been openly mentioned or anything like that, but that's something that you seem to have to prove yourself.
It's the environment that gives this vibe. Like you have to constantly prove yourself and be even better than the guys. Yeah, it's
just
the
yes, my place is here. I belong here, and I'll prove to you that this is my place.
yeah.
I don't know,
No, but
Neha, what do you think?
I mean, it's not a good environment, but if you take the positive side for you, well, I think this built you into a very strong, capable woman who you faced all of it, but still, it's not I don't think this is an environment that should be condoned, because this is kind of what makes it intimidating for girls to join tech then, when they have this kind of pressure, this kind of feeling.
Yeah, that they have to prove themselves. Like no one has to prove themselves. It should be the same way.
Yeah,
in
exactly.
whatever they do.
It should be the same, guys and girls both. And yeah, Neha, you any challenges that you face? Anything you've seen?
Not really challenges personally, but I guess from what I've seen from the other organization that I work, that I'm saying in general even. So let's say, but most of the women, they won't come forward. They fear, there is the fear that for their job, for the promotion, but this shouldn't be like this. Like, women should be able to speak up on everything, even at the workplace, even on their job, on their task, on their male colleagues and everything. So I guess it's like I was saying, it's the mindset, the culture that's been going on for years and years, that obviously it's different now. There should be more people who wants to break that culture, new and different. Yeah. What do you think, Marine?
But this is definitely a first step. Us talking about it.
A lot of even in company culture, it's happening the first step. So it's good in a way. Yeah.
Okay. So, Marlene, anything to add or ask?
I don't think so. Would you ladies like to add something that we didn't talk about yet?
Yes. Any personal message, something you want to say?
Yeah.
I think, but I mean, obviously the topic to tech, but I think it's women in the workplace in general. Of women, I think, at the top level, even in the boardrooms or at the management level, executive levels, and it's not just the technology that's like that, but it's pretty much everywhere. There's only a few where when you think about it, you will think, oh, well, that's a domain for women, and a lot of the rest is considered the place for men. But it should be, people should have more open, and women shouldn't be scared into entering those domains, because as I said earlier, we have different things to bring to the table, and it's very complementary to have different perspectives. So, let's get on with it.
Yeah.
Totally agree.
True. Yeah.
And yeah, anything you want to, a message for people, like maybe women watching this right now who would eventually want to step into tech, any message, anything to help them take that first step?
I agree with you. When you go to networking events, there are not many women, so I would like to see more. Like Delphine said, women shouldn't be afraid to venture in different stuff, because all the women that are watching us here, we are all the same. We're not extraordinary, ordinary human beings. So if we can do it, you can do it as well. Anyone can do it. So yeah, go for it, girls.
And it's fun, and exciting, and we do some really cool stuff as well.
Yes, that's actually the part that's underrated in tech and maybe even STEM fields in general. It's fun. So
It is.
you are missing out if you
is.
worry about the culture, the society, the pressure, missing out on the fun. No. You should join us. Okay,
Yeah,
so okay, so
and
now
of course there is always a community who's going to support, like we have right now.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say. As the only guy on this in this room right now, in this virtual right now, yeah, we have plenty of communities here in Mauritius. We have plenty of as part of the organization, we always try to make sure that we encourage girls to come forward, present things. This is kind of how you break that taboo, pressure, that wrong way of thinking, by talking about it, by girls being more present, girls rising, then it makes it easier for the next one to come in, and then the next one. So yeah, if you're watching now or maybe after the live stream as well, you guys should never be afraid to join any
Go
of the
for it.
event. Go for it. But then again, it's not just me saying that. I mean, there are three heroines here. I think with that, we can wrap up this podcast. A small little talk show. I think it went well. I mean, I've been keeping an eye on the live chat, and the feedback, the environment there is really great. Everyone is. I think this is a nice representation of the tech community. It's not the whole representation because we know the problem is here, but it's nice to see that guys and girls alike publicly are here supporting the idea, and they are sharing stories. That's nice about how they've worked with women, and the bias is false. We should like this environment, it shouldn't be the case. So that's great. I guess we're gonna wrap up. Any closing notes?
No
No?
closing notes.
Goalies. Yeah.
Our future starts here. You know, our future starts here.
Okay.
All right. With that, I guess we are gonna take a short break, and then we'll see you guys in the next session. Cheers, and keep the chat live, guys. Keep talking about it.
Thank
And thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
Delphine and Neha, for
Bye.
joining.
Bye.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
There is a core belief at the heart of Liquid Telecom. The belief that every individual has the right to be connected. The pursuit of this vision has seen us build the largest independent fiber network in Africa. From Cape to Cairo, we are connecting more of Africa. Liquid Telecom, building Africa's digital future.
21C Skills is our learning platform which we've designed to help Africa's students, startups and developers gain skills that they need to succeed in the technology age in the 21st century. 21C Skills has been built for the African tech enthusiast.
It's about empowering kids to get the necessary skills to compete at a global level. Let them use their imagination to create their own companies, to work for other companies, to be part of the gig economy, etc.
21C Skills for me means eyesight. You got to have very qualified people train us through video, and we also got to have highly interactive labs that challenged me.
Take the 21C Skills program, put a lot of work in it and time in it, and it does pay off.
We're SD Worx. Nous sommes SD Worx.
night.
To disrupt is to disturb. To disturb is to unsettle. To unsettle is to dislodge. To dislodge is to challenge. To challenge is to reshape. To reshape is to play. To play is to create. To create is to invent. To invent is to innovate. To innovate is to succeed. We caught up with Managing Director Michael Shapiro and asked him in 120 seconds or less to tell us all we needed to know about synthesis software technologies. It helped that he was on a treadmill.
Who is Synthesis? Let me tell you in 120 seconds, starting now. Synthesis is your ultimate technology partner. We live and breathe innovation. If you're looking for us, don't look anywhere near the box because we're so far out of it that we hardly remember what it looks like. We haven't forgotten that technology is all about people. Our team is our family, and we live by the adage that culture eats strategy for breakfast. We employ over 150 people. We have offices in Melrose Arch and Sandton, and an office at the foot of Table Mountain in Cape Town. Our tickets are booked for Mauritius, and as soon as COVID allows, we'll be set up on the island. True story. Our focus areas are intelligent data, cloud, academy, labs, regtech, digital, MSP, payments and crypto. Our technology partners include AWS, Confluent, Cloudflare, HashiCorp, VMware, Thales, and soon to be announced, Salesforce. Our client base includes enterprise in the financial services, retail and healthcare sector. We are proud to stand alongside South African banks as their technology partner, to name a few: ABSA, AFGRI, Afrasia, Capitec, Discovery, Investec, Nedbank, Sasfin, Standard Bank, and Woolworths Financial Services, done in alphabetical order, not to offend. Our growth rate is 25% every year for the past 15 years. We launched the data science and engineering practice based on machine learning and AI principles. Our payments and crypto area is providing a world-first technology with Halo. Our MSP team stays up all night so that our customers can sleep peacefully, knowing their support is in good hands. We're on track to become an AWS Premier Partner. Fingers crossed. We're proud to give back to South Africa and work with partners, Africa Tickle and Girl Code, and run a hackathon with gender-based violence. To define us is to lose the essence of who we are. We believe in our people, we believe in our clients and their business. In 120 seconds, that is Synthesis.
Synthesis Software Technologies always gives you more. That's who we are in 127 seconds on a treadmill.
There is a core belief at the heart of Liquid Telecom. The belief that every individual has the right to be connected. The pursuit of this vision has seen us build the largest independent fiber network in Africa. From Cape to Cairo, we are connecting more of Africa. Liquid Telecom, building Africa's digital future.
21C Skills is our learning platform which we've designed to help Africa's students, startups and developers gain skills that they need to succeed in the technology age in the 21st century. 21C Skills has been built for the African tech enthusiast.
It's about empowering kids to get the necessary skills to compete at a global level. Let them use their imagination to create their own companies, to work for other companies, to be part of the gig economy, etc.
21C Skills for me means eyesight. You got to have very qualified people train us through video, and we also got to have highly interactive labs that challenged me.
Take the 21C Skills program, put a lot of work in it and time in it, and it does pay off.
We're SD Worx. Nous sommes SD Worx.
Teamonite.
To disrupt is to disturb. To disturb is to unsettle. To unsettle is to dislodge. To dislodge is to challenge. To challenge is to reshape. To reshape is to play. To play is to create. To create is to invent. To invent is to innovate. To innovate is to succeed. We caught up with Managing Director Michael Shapiro and asked him in 120 seconds or less to tell us all we needed to know about synthesis software technologies. It helped that he was on a treadmill.
Who is Synthesis? Let me tell you in 120 seconds, starting now. Synthesis is your ultimate technology partner. We live and breathe innovation. If you're looking for us, don't look anywhere near the box because we're so far out of it that we hardly remember what it looks like. We haven't forgotten that technology is all about people. Our team is our family, and we live by the adage that culture eats strategy for breakfast. We employ over 150 people. We have offices in Melrose Arch and Sandton, and an office at the foot of Table Mountain in Cape Town. Our tickets are booked for Mauritius, and as soon as COVID allows, we'll be set up on the island. True story. Our focus areas are intelligent data, cloud, academy, labs, regtech, digital, MSP, payments and crypto. Our technology partners include AWS, Confluent, Cloudflare, HashiCorp, VMware, Thales, and soon to be announced, Salesforce. Our client base includes enterprise in the financial services, retail and healthcare sector. We are proud to stand alongside South African banks as their technology partner, to name a few: ABSA, AFGRI, Afrasia, Capitec, Discovery, Investec, Nedbank, Sasfin, Standard Bank, and Woolworths Financial Services, done in alphabetical order, not to offend. Our growth rate is 25% every year for the past 15 years. We launched the data science and engineering practice based on machine learning and AI principles. Our payments and crypto area is providing a world-first technology with Halo. Our MSP team stays up all night so that our customers can sleep peacefully, knowing their support is in good hands. We're on track to become an AWS Premier Partner, fingers crossed. We're proud to give back to South Africa and work with partners, Africa Tickle and Girl Code, and run a hackathon with gender-based violence. To define us is to lose the essence of who we are. We believe in our people, we believe in our clients and their business. In 120 seconds, that is Synthesis.
Synthesis Software Technologies always gives you more. That's who we are in 127 seconds on a treadmill.
There is a core belief at the heart of Liquid Telecom. The belief that every individual has the right to be connected. The pursuit of this vision has seen us build the largest independent fiber network in Africa. From Cape to Cairo, we are connecting more of Africa. Liquid Telecom, building Africa's digital future.
21C Skills is our learning platform which we've designed to help Africa students, startups and developers gain skills that they need to succeed in the technology age in the 21st century. 21C Skills has been built for the African tech enthusiast.
It's about empowering kids to get the necessary skills to compete at a global level. Let them use their imagination to create their own companies, to work for other companies, to be part of the gig economy, etc.
21C Skills for me means eyesight. You got to have very qualified people train us through video, and we also got to have highly interactive labs that challenged me.
Take the 21C Skills program, put a lot of work in it and time in it, and it does pay off.
We're SD Worx. Nous sommes SD Worx.
Teamonite.
To disrupt is to disturb. To disturb is to unsettle. To unsettle is to dislodge. To dislodge is to challenge. To challenge is to reshape. To reshape is to play. To play is to create. To create is to invent. To invent is to innovate. To innovate is to succeed. We caught up with Managing Director Michael Shapiro and asked him in 120 seconds or less to tell us all we needed to know about synthesis software technologies. It helped that he was on a treadmill.
Who is Synthesis? Let me tell you in 120 seconds, starting now. Synthesis is your ultimate technology partner. We live and breathe innovation. If you're looking for us, don't look anywhere near the box because we're so far out of it that we hardly remember what it looks like. We haven't forgotten that technology is all about people. Our team is our family, and we live by the adage that culture eats strategy for breakfast. We employ over 150 people. We have offices in Melrose Arch and Sandton, and an office at the foot of Table Mountain in Cape Town. Our tickets are booked for Mauritius, and as soon as COVID allows, we'll be set up on the island. True story. Our focus areas are intelligent data, cloud, academy, labs, regtech, digital, MSP, payments and crypto. Our technology partners include AWS, Confluent, Cloudflare, HashiCorp, VMware, Thales, and soon to be announced, Salesforce. Our client base includes enterprise in the financial services, retail and healthcare sector. We are proud to stand alongside South African banks as their technology partner, to name a few: ABSA, AFGRI, Afrasia, Capitec, Discovery, Investec, Nedbank, Sasfin, Standard Bank, and Woolworths Financial Services, done in alphabetical order, not to offend. Our growth rate is 25% every year for the past 15 years. We launched the data science and engineering practice based on machine learning and AI principles. Our payments and crypto areas providing a world-first technology with Halo. Our MSP team stays up all night so that our customers can sleep peacefully knowing their support is in good hands. We're on track to become an AWS Premier Partner, fingers crossed. We're proud to give back to South Africa and work with partners, Africa Tickle and Girl Code, and run a hackathon with gender-based violence. To define us is to lose the essence of who we are. We believe in our people, we believe in our clients and their business. In 120 seconds, that is Synthesis.
Synthesis Software Technologies always gives you more. That's who we are in 127 seconds on a treadmill.
There is a core belief at the heart of Liquid Telecom. The belief that every individual has the right to be connected. The pursuit of this vision has seen us build the largest independent fiber network in Africa. From Cape to Cairo, we are connecting more of Africa. Liquid Telecom, building Africa's digital future.
Skills is our learning platform which we've designed to help Africa's students, startups and developers gain skills that they need to succeed in the technology age in the 21st century. 21C Skills has been built for the African tech enthusiast.
It's about empowering kids to get the necessary skills to compete at a global level. Let them use their imagination to create their own companies, to work for other companies, to be part of the gig economy, etc.
21C Skills for me means eyesight. You got to have very qualified people train us through video, and we also got to have highly interactive labs that challenged me.
Take the 21C Skills program, put a lot of work in it and time in it, and it does pay off.
We're SD Worx. Nous sommes SD Worx.
as the Worx digital assistant.
Consider it done.
one. Hello guys, we're
Hey,
back.
yes. Hope you didn't have to wait too long. So we are actually ready for the next session. This is an interesting one. This is actually by Kenneth. Impressive credentials, I'm gonna admit. An interesting topic, Marine, because WebAssembly is making strides these days in terms of development.
Okay,
It's like a bright future for it, running like desktop level things on the browser. But you know what? I think I'll let
let's
Kenneth
welcome
work.
him.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
Hi Kenneth.
Hey,
Hi
Kenneth.
there.
Um, so yeah, just give a quick intro. Tell us a bit about yourself. What do you do? A bit about your journey before we get started.
Oh, well, that's a difficult one. Well, I work for a company called Intel. It's also a few slides in my presentation, so I might say it again. I've been working on browsers since, I don't know, around 2005, 2006. So I always like the reason why I started actually in this field is that I love technology. And the first thing that I really loved was like when we got connected to the internet. So I started with the Mosaic browser, then got Netscape, got a big fan. So the web was really what got me into this whole journey. So getting to get the chance to work on the web and working with some of these people who had invented it was like a really big thing for me. And after a while, it just became the thing I'm working on and doing, and helping shaping the web myself is really cool. It's really cool. I'm like one of the co-founders and inventors of progressive web apps. So when seeing that everyone talking about it and showing this at conferences, and see like, wow, okay, that idea I had that I kept on pushing actually made it. And I think that's just so great to see.
I am a big fan of PWA. Like, hey. All
Cool.
right. Well, let's leave the floor to you. You can go ahead and start your session, and well, have fun.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
the floor is yours.
Okay, so today we're going to talk a bit about on-the-fly WebP decoding. And but it wasn't when I wrote this presentation. So my first try is that I looked at this C library.
Hey, sorry to interrupt you, Kenneth. I think there was a sound issue.
Okay, is that handled?
Okay, it's good. It's
okay.
good. It's good. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So my first try is that there's this C or C++ library called and that actually has some WebAssembly support. It's built around so you can create a canvas and you can create a canvas and you load file and put it into a canvas. It works pretty great. It also runs on the main thread. So of course it's going to block the main thread while you're loading and converting this file. So I hooked this up and I made this small example where I have some buttons, I click on them, I can click on them, load a different image. And it actually worked pretty well. And I was like, wow, this is really nice. The way it works is that you're using this tool called Emscripten. So Emscripten is kind of like a compiler that takes your C or C++ code in C or C and compiles it to WebAssembly. But it also does so much more than that. Because as I said, like audio from like regular, like small audio libraries are used in well, there's no SGL in the browser either. So what Emscripten does is that it actually converts all of these things. So if you're using SGL, it will convert that to Canvas. And it's something similar with audio. In this case, it is using SGL to actually and converting that, like the C library is using SGL, and that's being converted into Canvas. So simplified example is that I'm just calling like emcc to convert this code, saying that I need WebAssembly and which functions to export. So if you look at the JavaScript code, you figure out is that Emscript was originally targeted something called asm.js. It was like like something that existed before WebAssembly, where instead of coding to this WebAssembly format, you would actually convert existing C and C++ code to JavaScript, or like a subset of JavaScript that could be optimized pretty heavily. Unfortunately, the files became really large, so like the loading time was not really good. It was not good, and kind of like defeated the purpose. But because of all this like integration with like standard libraries in the C and C++ world, it generates a lot of boilerplate code. And actually, some of this, like that's what I found is that if you create like small libraries, you get a lot of this boilerplate code, and much of it is often unused. So it's sometimes there's a bit of overhead, but I must say that Emscripten is becoming better and better every day. So it has improved a lot since then. Emscripten also wraps some of the JavaScript functions for integrating with WebAssembly. That makes it easier to wrap these like C and C++ function to something you can actually call from JavaScript. So this is the example that I used initially. I basically had this function called fetch and instantiate that would load my WebAssembly module. Then when I try to load something, first of all, I'm gonna like wait on a promise to make sure that it is actually loaded. Otherwise, I can't use the functions, right? It's asynchronously loaded. When it's ready, well, then I fetch the original file, pull out the array buffer, turn it into something JavaScript can understand, like a uint8 array, create a canvas, and then I basically just like call this function from C called decode webp buffer to canvas, and then I'm creating a data URL for that and putting that into a source. So that is how I used the library initially. And it worked pretty well, and I was pretty amazed. But then I thought like, wouldn't it be interesting if I could just install a service worker, because a service worker can actually, every time you fetch a resource using like even an image format, you'll go through the service worker's fetch event. And then like the service worker can transform and do whatever it wants with these files. So for like, so whenever I try to fetch a WebP file, I can just transcode it into something else and decode it. So let's have a look at that. So the way a service worker works is that it sits between the web server and the client. So it's kind of like a proxy. So if you're offline, well, you might be able to get content that's available to the service worker, for instance, from a cache. So, but the cool thing is that it really intercepts these fetches. So you can do other things than just returning things from a cache. So this is my small example. So this is like the end result. What I actually am doing at the end is that I'm converting everything to an image.bmp format, which is universally supported by any browser. So you see here from the DevTools inspector, if I click on a WebP file, it actually returns an image BMP, which is displaying quite well inside the browser. So let's look at like how I approached this. So our initial approach was, let's run the WebAssembly module in a service worker, intercept fetches and return the data somehow to an image element. And maybe I should try to use an image BMP blob instead of these usually long data URLs, because that's not really efficient. So I looked at how do I get a blob from a browser. So there was a new things people are working on called off-screen canvas. And there's other things like, but there's no support in the browser. But off-screen canvas I could use from a service worker. So that was kind of nice. It was though implemented behind a flag, so it's not something I could actually ship. But anyway, this was just like an attempt. So it was supported by Firefox and Chrome. Unfortunately, the API differed in the two, and it wasn't shipping. So if you look at the support story for off-screen canvas at this point, it was pretty bad. Only behind the flag in Chrome and Firefox. But anyway, this was just an attempt to see what you will be able to do on the web very soon. Anyway, let's try this. So as you can see in the image, I actually made this work. Really happy. And you see the service work is running and it's actually returning these images. Very nice. I even got it working on, here you see it running on Firefox on Android, on Chrome OS. So it's actually displaying WebP images. So let's have a look at the code. How did I accomplish this? My approach was to create my own little library using in C, using this like libwebp. Then I decided to decode it to RGBA, so red, green, blue, and alpha channel. The way it works with WebAssembly is that when you generate WebAssembly, when you import it, it generates a heap that is shared between the WebAssembly module and JavaScript. So you can like, the decoded data can be decoded inside of this heap. And then I can like copy over the data and actually free the original data when I don't need it any longer, so I can continue decoding. Then I can create an image data from the decoded data and paint it to an off-screen canvas. And then from this off-screen canvas, I can generate a blob, which I can use in the image source. So this is how I did it. I started by, this is a bit of C code, so I started by including the mscript header, as well as the header needed from the libwebp. Then I generated basically two functions. One is called getInfo, and the other one is called decode. So the way it works with getInfo is that I'm calling this like library function called webp getInfo. It needs a pointer to where the data is for the file to actually, the webp file. It also needs to know the size of it. And then it's going to write the width and height out. So in order to get this back to JavaScript, I need three values. I need to know whether it succeeded. And if it did, I need the width and height. So I'm allocating three ints of 32-bit, and then I'm just writing to that. The same thing with the decode. I need to know where the data is, as well as the size of the data. Plus, and then I call this webp decode RGBA, and it's going to return a pointer to where I decoded the data. Then I'm going to compile it. I hooked it up using, I'm using CMake, so I just pulled that into my build script, which I'm using generally like Node. npm run build will then like automatically build my module. And you don't need to know anything about CMake. I'm just showing that it's actually not that difficult. And I had never used CMake before, so I just like Googled it and I made it work. So could you. Then in order to be a bit easier to use from JavaScript, I actually built this small class called webp decoder with three functions called info, decode, and decode to blob. And I'm using some special functions that is supplied by mscripten that allows me to take these C function in WebAssembly and wrap them into something I can call from JavaScript. They're still a bit raw, like you still need to give them some pointers and whatnot, but this makes it possible for me to call them from JavaScript. So let's look at how I implemented these functions. So the getInfo function returns an array of three 32-bit integers. So what I'm doing is that I'm calling that function first, the C-wrap version called getInfo. It gives me a pointer back to where this array is. Then I try to get the first value. So that is at the pointer position. I say it's an int32, i32. And that is whether it succeeded or not. Because it might not have been a WebP image format at exactly that point, right? Or that position. If it didn't succeed, well, I'm freeing the data, and I'm just returning like this object with the width and height set to null. If it succeeded, well, then I need to get the two next values. So as these are 32-bit values, I need to add 4, because it's 4 times 8 is 32. Then I get the next value, and for the next value again, I need to add 8. So I'm jumping over 2 30-bit values. Then I have the width and height. I can free the original data and return that. For getting the actual image data for the converting, that function will also give me an address on this WASM heap that is shared between JavaScript and WebAssembly. And then I need to copy it over before I can free it. And I do that by basically generating a uint8 clamped array for it and then free the original. The way it works is similar. I get the width and height from the other function, the info function we just created, because I need to know how much space I need to allocate for my. So then I call the decode. I get a pointer back to where the decoded data is. Then in order to understand it from JavaScript, I create a view on top of it. So I create this uint8 array over like this shared buffer and the pointer as well as the size. But this is still just like looking at the data from JavaScript. So if that code is being freed from the WebAssembly, like it's gone. So what I really want to do is make a copy of it. And I do that by generating a uint8 clamped array on top of this data. And then I can free the original. So basically decode to a uint8 clamped array using my decode function. Then the idea is I want to generate image data. It's a DOM function from that buffer. Then I want to generate a PNG blob using some of these off-screen canvas functions. And then basically, I'll just load that from source. So this is what I'm doing. Start by getting the info. I decode and generate a new image data object from it. Then I generate a canvas of the exact same size as the image. This is just a 2D canvas. And I call the 2D canvas method called putImageData because it allows me to paint an image data object to a canvas. I paint it from 0.0, so from the top left corner. So it basically just paint the image in this canvas. Then I'm converting it to a PNG using either the Firefox API or the Chrome API. So this was what was behind the flag. And with that, I could actually show it. So there's a few problems with this approach. First of all, like the off-screen canvas was not shipping. I don't know what the status is today, but like it was not shipping in either Firefox and Chrome, and the API also differed. So I started wondering, maybe there is a better approach. And someone actually on Twitter told me, like, why don't you use BMP? Because BMP is universally supported by browsers. And then maybe remember that back in university days, I actually wrote a ray tracer. And with that ray tracer, we actually use BMP because BMP is basically raw data with a few headers. So yeah, I could definitely do that. So I looked it up on Wikipedia. And yeah, it might seem a bit like confusing. I thought, oh, wow, there's a lot of headers there. But it's actually pretty straightforward if you just like look at these and actually implement it. So that's exactly what I did. I wrote a small class called BMP Image Encoder. it takes image data and it just generates this like BMP image format. So as you see, there's a lot of boilerplate code that you need to do by following what was said on Wikipedia. Lots of these are just like setting like a 0 specific point. And then at the end, you see like I'm actually filling the BMP buffer with the actual data. And from then I return a blob with a BMP and I set the type to be image BMP. So now instead I can add this new method called decode to BMP. I get the size of the image, I decode it, generate image data from it, and then I just encode it to BMP. Very interesting. So in the service worker, I can start by adding an event listening to fetch. So whenever time I'm trying to get a file and it just ends with .webp, I'm not looking at the actual MIME type, I'm just looking at the extension here. Well, in that case, I will go and fetch that file. When I fetch it, I'm gonna get all the buffer, the actual data of the file, the buffer. Then I'm gonna fetch my WebAssembly module and instantiate it to generate this WebP decoder. And then I'm using my WebP decoder to decode to BMP. And then to the browser from the service worker, I'm actually returning this BMP data instead of the WebP data. So from a browser point of view, it just gets a BMP. And it just works like transparently. So whether you're using a WebP inside a CSS or in an image format, wherever, the service worker is going to transcode it for you. So that was a success. So summary, my approach was to create my own library in C using libwebp. Then I decoded to RGBA, which is really good format for converting to a BMP. The library will store the raw decoded data in the WASM heap at the specific address. From this, I copy it over to JavaScript world, and I end up generating a BMP from it. So I think the summary here is that WebAssembly is actually pretty cool. It's pretty cool what you can do because you get access to like 30 years of existing libraries. And a lot of these libraries are really efficient, especially like for decoders, and might take advantage of like actual threads and SIMD. So with that in mind, you can actually use these today. Even yesterday, I saw this, I read this article by Jake Archibald, where he's playing around with the new image form called AVIF. And he's not using a service worker, but he generated this like web component, or like a component, I think it was Preact component, that will do the exact same. Well, like if you don't have support for AVIF, well, instantiate a WebAssembly module on a dedicated worker when it's ready, transfer the data, and just like paint it to the screen. So I think it's really, really powerful what you can do with WebAssembly today. So with that said, I really encourage everyone to take a look at WebAssembly and play around with it. And if you have any questions, really feel free to reach out to me on Twitter. I'm at Kenneth Road. And thank you very much for listening. And if there's time, I'm now ready for a few questions.
Hey, Kenneth. Thank you so much for this.
So what's the sound okay?
Yes, you're good.
Perfect.
Okay, Vidush has been monitoring the chat, so he's going to tell us whether the questions, Vidush.
Yeah. Actually, I don't see too many questions, but I see my guys just sent you a thanks. Guys who are still in, we've got quite some users. Do you guys have any questions that you want to bring up? Apparently there is an echo in the sound right now.
Let me check this out.
Okay, I don't hear any echo here.
Yeah, I think it has to do with the streaming. Maybe it's sending like two audio streams to the
Is that
YouTube.
one better?
All right, feedback, guys. Is this better?
Can you hear everyone?
They're saying the They say the sound is muted now. We are having serious sound issues.
Apologies for this, honestly. We're doing it for the first time. Bear with us.
Yeah, I've got them in the chat. I'll
Interesting
inform them.
enough, like I hear you all fine, like no muted,
I know.
no echo.
It's like we're
That's
having a party, but like they outside.
we are back.
Perfect.
All of us
And
is
no
fine.
echo. Okay, we got the magic formula. So yeah, guys, if you guys have any questions, just throw it in the chat right now. This is a good time among all of the echo jokes. I've got one. I'm not sure if you covered it completely. You know, handling the live stream. I may have missed it out, but normally when using a service worker, which I have not done much in the past,
Okay.
but does it have any real world performance impact when you have a service worker in terms of starting up and continuously running? Well, for anything, even for what you presented.
It should be minimal. Of course, like there's always, it takes a little bit to like run the service worker, but like it has been optimized so it's like you won't perceive it. That is the whole point. Otherwise, like it would like if it would start like by I'm using service work and everything becomes slower, like no one would adopt it. So it has been so like the service work itself is limited in what you can do. So it's more limited than a regular worker, exactly for this point. Like it should be able to launch extremely fast. Of course, if it's launching and like I'm actually downloading a lot of files right now, it's all going through the service worker. That of course is then it's going to reuse the same service worker. It's not going to like kill it and then open a new one and kill it. But also to not like every website, if you have like 200 different tabs open, like they're not going to have the service workers running all the time because it's been inactive for a little while. It's going to shut down the service worker. But normally when you start downloading something, like if it's really like time intensive, like you're going to download a lot of at once. So like if it takes you like 10 milliseconds to 15 milliseconds to launch the service worker, that's not going to be a big overhead. And it's like it's like JavaScript. You can jet compile a lot of this as well if it's the same code being running, and you can probably even like reuse. I think there was some. I don't know if it's how it's done in Chrome today, but I know there was some work on actually reusing that like JITted code. So like you can store this JITted code to like your hard drive, and like next time you're launching the service worker, you just like immediately like read this snapshot, and it's much faster than like instantiating some JavaScript. So you can definitely make sure that like service workers are heavily optimized and like it's not stopping there. It shouldn't make any like negative performance impact on real use cases.
And we actually got one question from Rengen about the different languages that we'll be doing WebAssembly in the future. Personally, I already know of Blazor lately with C#, so it's going into WebAssembly. That could be an interesting thing too, trying to do what you did, but on Blazor. But yeah, so Rengen's question.
Let me answer that. So the initial focus when they did this, so it was a joint project between people working on the Naggle, so that was the native client on Chrome, and people working on Asm.js. So the initial focus was on C and C++ code. It's also really small. But as I already said, like if you're using something like mscripten and mscripten starts like emulating a lot of things, like for just like calling if you just want to make a WebAssembly function for like doing some specific calculation, you will get some overhead. So for this reason, people from Mozilla started working on Rust because Rust doesn't have all this legacy, and they could have a special like compiler just for Rust, so they're not using mscripten. That is much more optimized. So you're seeing other languages doing the same, like there's something called assembly script, which is basically something like TypeScript, a subset of TypeScript that just like targets WebAssembly. There's certain sets of languages that are not well supported today, and these are languages that support garbage collection. So you understand if you have garbage collection, you already have garbage collection in the browser. So there's garbage collection in JavaScript, and as you saw that every time I'm talking to WebAssembly or a DOM API, I call a JavaScript API from WebAssembly, which calls into the DOM. So like there's the garbage collection there. There's also garbage collection in the DOM itself. In Chrome, like they work in tandem, so they're very well integrated. So there's a plan. It's a long-term plan by adding garbage collection to WebAssembly as well, allowing supporting like C#, Python, and all these languages natively, and Go as well in the browser. So today, what those languages, you say, well, I can use Blaze and Go in WebAssembly today. But the way it works is that it's actually taking the whole runtime of, say, Go and implement with all the garbage collection, all that implementation, and converting that as well to WebAssembly, which means that suddenly like running a Go program will get like additional 30 megabytes of runtime, which kind of like defeats the purpose of the web, which is like instant loading. So you go to a website and then you have to, let's just wait 2 minutes before it actually downloads and compiles all this WebAssembly code, and then you can get into the experience. So that's also the experience you're going to get for something like Blazor, presumably. So it's very technologically exciting, but it might not be so exciting in practice at this point.
Yeah.
There's also efforts ongoing that you can bypass JavaScript and call directly into the DOM APIs. So today, people say like, let's just code everything in Rust. So I don't like JavaScript. But like, there's so much overhead in that it doesn't make a lot of sense today.
It's funny that you mentioned that, because actually Rengen was just mentioning that Rust is already doing it, and you already covered that part as well.
Yeah, it's very interesting from a technical point of view, but there is actually work going on like directly, we call it Web IDL. So there's like the DOM APIs that WebAssembly would be able to call those directly. So actually bypassing JavaScript. And when that happens, it's going to be more exciting, because at that point you could probably get close to something like JavaScript speed for implement the same thing in Rust. On the other hand, like all the APIs in the DOM are optimized for how you deal with JavaScript. So there might be corner cases where it doesn't make sense as well. But it's going to be very interesting to see what the community will come up with.
So we do have another question from Alexandre Basile. So about when we were talking about the service workers, a question is, normally the service workers, it works in tandem with the browser, basically to make sure that it should not run when a tab is not active. Is that kind of how it works between them?
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, the service worker is being instantiated when if you subscribe to the fetch event, for instance.
Yeah.
And it's fetching some data, it's going to instantiate the service worker if it's not running. Same thing with push notifications. If you have subscription to push notification, you receive a push notification, it's going to run the service worker. But as long as when it becomes inactive after a few like seconds or so, it's going to shut down. Yeah. So this also means that if you like put a tab in the background, after maybe say 3 seconds, it's going to like get rid of the service worker. And if you then click on the service worker again, and you start fetching some data, or you get a push notification, well, then it's going to launch the service worker again. It's not going to kill it immediately.
It gets triggered.
Yeah, it gets triggered on specific events. Like there's coming more and more of these events. Like there's notification triggers coming out. So it's like push notifications and fetch events today. But there might be others like alarm clocks in the future. Like say, wake me up in 5 minutes. So you want that alarm. So that will run without the service worker running, but it will instantiate the service worker when it needs to act. So whenever like it's supposed to run some JavaScript code or something as a response to some of these events, it needs to instantiate the service worker. But when it doesn't need the service worker any longer, it's going to get rid of it. But it's going to wait a few seconds, because you might click on a tab, then click away, and then click back again within a second. Right?
Yeah, like a grace period.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess for the questions that is it. Well, on our side, Kenneth, thank you very much for attending and presenting in this virtual developers conference. It was great to have you. To the viewers, our apologies again for the issues at the beginning. It's the first time we are doing the virtual developers conference, but things are smoother than before now. So, any closing comments, closing words, Kenneth, before you leave?
Well, just like enjoy the conference. It was a pleasure to join you, and I will be joining you again tomorrow with another talk about web components. So if you have any interest in that, please join me tomorrow, and enjoy the rest of the day. And with that said, I'm out of here. Take care. Have a nice day.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. Hi everyone, we're back.
Yep, again. Thank you for those who were present before. We now are going to move on to the next session. This is actually going to be also a very interesting one. It's one personally I'm really invested in this. These are technologies I've been looking at. So it's building better sites, better websites with Eleventy by Mike Geiser. Mike Geiser is actually a Google developer expert in web technologies operating from South Africa. He's part of a co-organizer of the Josie.js Meetup Group and a frequent speaker. Actually, he's been here before for the Dev Fest to talk about lit HTML, and it was lit. So I guess without further ado, we can bring Mike on and he can introduce himself.
Welcome, Mike.
Hey, Mike.
Hey.
How are you doing today?
Hey. I'm very well, thank you. Nice to be here virtually.
Yeah. I hope the weather where you are is better than where I am.
Right,
The sky is getting gray. So Mike, go ahead and maybe give a brief intro, who you are, what do you do, so the crowd can get acquainted with you and we can get started. What do you think?
Yeah, well, thank you for your intro. I think I'll cover it in slides if you don't mind, because I mean, I have to have at least one meme in my presentation. But yeah, it would have been great to be on the island, and I was supposed to be earlier this year, and I came last year twice. I enjoyed it so much. But yeah, hopefully, seeing as that there is some context on the stuff I've spoken about, the topic today will help with or synergize with the stuff that I presented on previously. So hopefully it's useful.
Yeah, yeah. I'm looking forward to it. So I guess we leave the floor to you, Mike. You can take over, start sharing the slides. Just a heads up to the viewers before we move out, myself and Marine. We are going to keep an eye on the live chat. If there are any technical issues, do let us know. We'll try to handle it immediately. And don't forget to leave your questions on the chat. We'll be sure to pick them up at the end. All right? Okay, have fun.
Mike, the floor is
I had the slide, so I've got to talk through it anyway, so apologies for that. I'm Mike. I don't think there's a picture of me on screen at the moment, but you got to see me a minute ago. I'm a Google developer expert in web technologies, and my specialty areas are in performance and capabilities like installability and offline and that kind of thing. As mentioned, I'm a organizer for the Josie.js meetup, which is now completely online. So you have zero excuses as to why you don't go and attend Josie.js on the third Thursday of every month. We have one coming up soon, and it's going to be pretty cool. And then finally, I work for a company called TES, whose mission is to, as a company that believes in the power of great teaching, to support and connect teachers worldwide, helping them improve teachers' lives through the power, or children's lives through the power of education. But now my primary responsibility with that is making sure that late on a Sunday evening, when teachers don't have anything prepared for the Monday morning, that they can come onto the website and get whatever resources they need to teach. So very performance focused. So getting into the meat of what we're here to talk about, we're going to talk about something called Eleventy, which is a weird name. Now, Eleventy, if you haven't heard of it, is a very simple static site generator that has very few opinions, and it tries to be as flexible and configurable as possible. And we'll talk through a little bit of that during the day. And the intention is for this thing to be a part of a tool chain rather than a utility, a tool chain and a utility rather than a framework. So it's not something that's supposed to take over how you build your actual website in its entirety, but more, giving you the plumbing into wiring everything together. So you can basically think of it at a high level as something that provides templates plus a little bit of data and generates a static website out of it. Okay. Now that's only part of my talk title. the bulk and the rest of the talk title talks about this being a better website. Now, obviously, the phrase better is completely subjective. So this is my view of what makes this make better websites. And there's a lot more to it, obviously, depending on what your personal perspective is. So I ask you to temper this with your own sense of judgment. But a better website is one that is simpler. So there are fewer moving parts, so it runs easier, maybe runs a little bit cheaper, easier to keep up and running, and easier to build. So build the different aspects of it and flexible to change. And then a really important part, as you may have imagined, because I am very focused on performance, is that it's faster. And possibly that means faster to build, so synergizing with the easier, but far more importantly, it gives you a faster experience for the people that are going to be consuming the website, so your users. And like the logo of 11T, the official logo is a possum being carried by a balloon. So if that doesn't make better websites, I don't know what possibly could. It's trusted by a whole bunch of people. So some of these are folks that have built their own websites and their own profile sites and their own blogs. And some of them are really famous. I think you might, if you pause this video and scroll in, you might see some faces that you recognize. But I think the organizations that trust 11T to build their content is really interesting. So like Google's got several properties built using 11T. CSS Tricks has properties built using 11T. CERN, Khan Academy, Netlify. So it's a very, very good, high performant, high quality tool that sort of gets out of the way. Now, before we go too much into depth, I want to talk a little bit about static rendering at a high level. Well, let's talk about rendering at a high level. So when we talk about the options for rendering, there are actually really three that we care about. So the one being, and the one that most commonly gets spoken about in terms of JavaScript, is client-side rendering, right? Where all of the rendering logic sits inside the browser frame, and it uses the client CPU, and it sends all of the files and all of the logic and all of the data down to the client machine and makes their CPU do the work. So it gives you the ability to have the most dynamic possible experience, but at deferring the cost and the performance cost of the website onto the end user. So in contrast to this, an older school way of templating or rendering is server-side rendering, and there's been a massive swing back towards server-side rendering because it gives you a very balanced approach in terms of performance. You can get really good performance, you can get really poor performance depending on how you do it, but it's a little bit more predictable, and it gives you the most balanced approach in terms of a dynamic result. You can change, you can route dynamically to different pages and then decide what HTML needs to be shown based on like whether the user's logged in or logged out or whatever the case may be. But all of this work, all of this logic still sits largely server-side in CPU and memory. Now that might seem fine, but there's also a third option that a lot of people don't necessarily think of when it comes to more complex web applications, which is static, right? So static could be a whole bunch of HTML files that you wrote yourself and linked up and copy paste in between, or it could mean that you're pre-rendering content using the exact same logic as you would have server-side or even client-side, but you're storing the result on disk. So because the only thing that's really involved is disk and distribution, it's the fastest possible way to get content to your users, because by the time they download it, they've got amazing performance, and they can cache on their machine because the stuff is static. They can cache on the networking layer all the way to them, or the CDN, or whatever the case may be. But obviously, it's the least dynamic, because if you need a change, somebody's got to go and change those templates that sit on disk. So using the cost metaphor, and the reason why I spoke about CPU and disk specifically, is like the cheapest to run and operate is static. The most expensive is client-side CPU, because every single person that visits your website pays a big cost. So that's one angle to think about it, but it's a really, really complex argument, right? And That's visible when you look at the different aspect, which is architecturally. So when you're looking at client-side code, which is often the way that you get most dynamic, rich user experiences, which we like, they actually have the largest or the most complex architectural footprint, because consistency is an issue, right? You need your back-end code and your front-end code to be consistent so that the user's got an experience that is going to transcend across one session, possibly. Security is an issue, because if you're sending all of your data and all of your code to the front end and doing all of the logical processing on the front end, how do you make sure that a user doesn't maliciously bypass, or a plugin doesn't maliciously bypass some of your code? And then state management is really, really difficult, because you're actually in a distributed system, because the client-side code and the server-side code are operating independently of one another as different nodes. So from that perspective, like, server-side rendering has a far simpler architecture, because you're completely in control of that whole thing, and there are some affordances with it, but it comes at the cost of a really complex operational environment. You have to worry about deploying software that's going to run. You have to worry about monitoring and making sure that that software is up and running, that all of the memory and CPU is fine. You have to worry about scaling that software depending on client load, how many users you have, because you're responsible for providing all of the CPU costs. And then finally, static has the most complex tooling, because you're either in the world of copying and pasting your way to glory, which is not great, or you're looking at very complex build tooling, trying to source data that's going to be as close to live, find out where you're going to store the stuff and how you're going to serve the stuff. So there are trade-offs. They're all trade-offs. But I think fundamentally, when we say why 11T, we're saying, well, if you have really good utilities that make the tooling aspect of static less complicated and reduce the cognitive load, then you can get all of the benefits of it being cheaper and faster and more performant, and mitigate some of the other complexities. Okay. So that's some of the theory as to why static is growing, and you'll hear a lot of people talking about static and Jamstack interchangeably, because these are very interesting ideas that allow us to do things very different. But I hear you ask, Michael, what is it that we're actually talking about? And we had to talk about 11T, which is sometimes abbreviated, which is weird. And 11T has a whole bunch of things that make it very, very different. And firstly, it's important to know that where this came from is coming up with a really good unopinionated node solution to Jekyll. So it's less of a competition to other existing static frameworks, but I think it's something that one needs to keep in mind. So firstly, by default, 11T makes use of something called a folder convention, right? Where your output structure is going to match your source structure as close as possible. Now, this is how the web was meant to work. This is how web URLs and the web as a document store was designed. But this also means that you can get really, really clean URLs and lots of flexibility in terms of URLs without needing to put in routing, either server-side or client-side routing, because it's really straightforward. It's just how the web was meant to work, the standard. And it still gives you some flexibility in terms of changing folder structure, which we'll cover in the demo. Then, templating languages. Now, there are 11 templating languages included with 11T by default, so you can pick almost everything that you want. I abstractly wonder if 11 templating languages is what ended up having it be called 11T, and I'd love to have an answer to that, but we'll see. By default, the templating language that it uses is Liquid, which is a markdown-based templating language, which is really good. You have something called front matter support. Now, front matter is, if you're used to Markdown, you've got a little section at the top of your Markdown document where you've got some YAML to put data, which is a really important point. And then you can mix and match. Now, here some people would be concerned about like consistency and the like, but it's actually a really, really good thing, because it means that you can use the right templating language approach for every situation, and they all work interchangeably well. Okay. And then finally, is it finally? No, second last. It's designed to work with data. So it's templating languages plus data. So it's got this idea of a data cascade, where it understands that some data is going to be global to your site, some data is going to be specific to a subdirectory, and some data is going to be specific to a post. And it goes in that hierarchy where you can then become more specific and cascade, much like CSS, what your data approach is. We'll cover that a bit more in the demo. Now, finally, it is not a JavaScript framework. It is just a utility, right? There is no JavaScript included in your output by default, which is different to a lot of the more batteries included static site generators that you get at the moment. But the upshot of that is that there are no real surprises when it comes to your website. There are no performance gotchas that you actually have to keep in mind for your static code. So with that said and done, let us try a demo. Now, virtual conference. So I can't ask you if, or I can't get your help really if something goes wrong, but you are sort of stuck in this room with me, I suppose, unless you close the browser tab. But anyway, let's like it's completely empty. We can do stuff like npx 11t in our terminal, and then it will build the website, which obviously outputs 0 files because there's nothing in it. So if we were to do something like create a hello.md file in the middle of it and say, bonjour Maurice, or something like that, and then build using 11t, we can see that it outputs this underscore site directory on the left-hand side, and hopefully you can all see that. And on the in that site site directory, we can see that there's a hello directory within it, and inside there's an index.html that gets output that's got, oopsie, there was a mistake in the markup, so it's got 2 paragraph tags. But if I fix that and I actually have legit markup or markdown and rebuild it, you can see that it'll update and it'll create the right HTML. We can then go npx npx 11t-serve. See if I spell it correctly. Great. And now in here, let's just open this. In the root of the website, there'll be nothing because we haven't created anything in the root of the website. This hello was created in this hello folder. So if we go to /hello, I'm hoping there's not sound issues. Are we okay with sound for the moment? Cool. Then we can see bonjour Maurice. That's great. And that's as simple as it is, right? And the reason why this works is it's actually going to hello index.html. But by not doing it as HTML files, it gives us a little bit more flexibility in future to move things around, which we're going to take a look at. Now, a lot of something that's accessible and a lot of people will immediately reach for this stuff for is creating a, and I'm just going to minimize this a little bit, is creating like a blog or something. So let's create some posts for a blog, right? So we need a posts directory, and inside of our post directory, we're going to have a post-1.md, and that's going to be a first exclamation 1. And so that we can see something, I'm just going to post some lorem ipsum stuff onto the page. So we've got one post, then we're going to create a post2.md, post-2, just to be a little bit consistent. And then we're going to go writing is hard, copying is easier. And I'm just going to copy some more data. Great. And then it's like, let's provide, or let's show the stuff first before we add a little bit more data to this. So if we show this stuff, we can then see in our output folder here, you would have seen it at the bottom reloading. We've got our site directory, which now has post 1 index.html and then post 2 index.html, okay, which is great. And we can go to posts, post 1, and then we can see our first blog post, or post 2 and see our second blog post. So it's a very easy way to get content onto the page. But like, let's put a little bit of data in here, because we can then annotate this with front matter, as I said. So we can, for example, say just at the beginning of our file, say, well, this is our title, and our title is going to be that. And our date is going to be 2020-01-01, because at the beginning of the year, I had such amazing intentions to write blog posts all of the time. And then our second post is going to be at like the same. Let's just set title. Oopsie. Title to writing is hard. And this is going to be like in July, right? So date is going to be 2020-07-01. And now this is important because like we've got some data that we've captured that we're going to use, but in terms of our output, it still doesn't output, okay? Now, what we'd ideally like is we'd like to have a way of linking these things together. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a collection. Now for a collection, I'm going to tag all of these posts to say, well, all of these are actually, this is going to be added to the posts collection using that tag. And this one is also going to be added to the posts collection using that tag. And if we had inside our root, we're just going to go posts.njk. Oopsie. Now njk is nunchucks, which is one of the default included templating languages, which is similar to Liquid, and it's the thing that's used by Mozilla Developer Network web docs. So people are pretty used to it. So if in here we had like a posts page, we could have a UL that had an li and an anchor tag inside of it. And then for each of these, what we're going to do is the following. So we're going to go like for post in collections, which is a global thing, dot posts, and that posts matches our tag that we created. I'm going to post that in reverse order, and this is a built-in thing that's going to just sort by that date field that we actually provided. And then we're going to go n for, okay, and then we've got a post. And we're just going to, using double curly braces, write in post.url, which is something that 11t provides. And then inside the text of the anchor tag, we're going to say, well, post.data.title. Now, the post.data is basically the stuff that ends up in this front matter. And the title is one of the things that we've provided. So we get access to that there. And we can also say, well, we care about post.date. See, one dot. Okay. And now that is still that date field, but it gets put a level higher because 11t uses it. Now we'll see immediately here on the left-hand side that it's already created this index.html, which has the hyperlinks in it. It's only got a single one. What have I done wrong? Posts. Is there an extra space there? No. This is right. This is right. This, I think, is right. And 4. It's just collections.post for post in collections.post. Oh dear. Oh dear. Don't think tag posts. Tags. Yo. Whew. Okay. Relax. Everything's fine. I was talking and typing is just hard, even on my keyboard and remotely. So now what should happen is in our index.html, we've got each one of those. And if we were to go to our page here, our posts page, we'd be able to see those items, which is pretty cool. Now, this stuff is just JavaScript. So inside of our post, we could, for example, say, well, we don't like that date, the date, which is this one. So what we're going to do is we're just going to say, well, .to locale date string over here. And then when we refresh, it'll be a abbreviated date, and it is in reverse order. Okay, so that's pretty cool. But this is still not actually valid HTML. If we take a look at the output, it's just fragments of HTML. So we need like the head and the body and all of those bits and pieces. So we're going to start working on like layouty stuff. Now there is this by default, something called an _includes directory, which is where 11T recommends that you by default put all of your templates. And we can inside there go layout.njk. And in here, we're just going to go scaffold some HTML5 code, which is great. And all we care about is that in the body section, we're going to put our content. And we need to make sure that it doesn't HTML escape that content, because this is safe content because it's all stuff that we're creating. And then finally, we can do stuff like use the title, which is going to come from our front matter. But this is not going to do anything by default because we now need to tell our posts to use that layout. So one of the ways that we can do it is we can say, well, here we're going to go layout is going to be layout.njk. Oopsie. And then I'm just going to copy the layout. Let me spell it correctly to save myself some debugging issue in a moment. Copy that. And then when we reload the page, this page, it looks exactly the same, but under the hood, it's got all of the right HTML doc and hit elements and stuff. And we'll see that the title was created inside the tab there. And we can then scale these layouts as we need. So let's hypothetically say we wanted some header information here. So we could create a new layout that was going to be our header.njk. Okay. And in our header.njk, we can do stuff like we want a header that's got an h1 in it, and then it's also got a nav that's going to have anchor tags. Okay, so the header is going to be virtual devcon demo or something. Okay. And in our nav, we're going to say, well, that's going to go home. Oopsie, sorry, wrong place. Oopsie. That place. And then we're going to have another anchor tag that's going to go to posts. Cool. And then we'll have another anchor tag that's going to go to ships, mystically. Don't misspell ships. That could end badly. Cool. And in terms of our layout, we can now just here go and include header.njk. Hopefully I spelled that right. And now if everything's okay, we can check our site output. The post should, it doesn't have the header information. Why does it not have the header information? I broke something. No, I didn't break anything. Header.njk, include header.njk. Something wrong with this. Header NJK, layout header NJK. Reloaded. Just double check these. There they are. Not sure what happened. Okay. But now if I reload, we've got at the top of the page, we've got our shared header, we've got our really, really awful menu, and we've got the content of the page, which is fine. Okay. So that's sort of like the templating structure of things, but let's look a little bit more at data. So we've played around with some data in terms of like front matter bits and pieces, but we don't want to copy and paste stuff everywhere. So the first thing that you can reach for is this idea of directory data. So we can create a posts.json file. And inside here, we can do things like saying everything that's inside this directory is going to use tags posts, right? Which is fine. And then we can take out tags posts from here and just have the front matter have site-specific stuff. And then similarly to that, we can say, well, let's get rid of the layout and put that in here. So layout is going to be layout.njk. Okay. And then everything will work, and we can just take a look at the output. Still does exactly the same thing. All right, with a lot less data. Now, something that might happen is that you'll see that I named this pretty awfully. So I might at some point in time say, well, you know what, I actually want a completely new standard. So I'm going to go 2020-07-01 and then post 2. Now, what will happen by default is you will have seen that it'll create a completely different folder structure, breaking all of my URLs. So we want to be able to sort of disambiguate from stuff that we serve and stuff that is source sometimes. So in that example, we can use something like a permalink, and luckily permalinks are pretty easy to create. So I can create permalinks to all of the posts in this directory, and we can say, well, we still want them to be all found under posts, and then we're going to break out into the same templating stuff. We're going to say, well, this is going to be based off of title, but the title's got characters in that we aren't necessarily browser friendly. So I'm going to use this built-in filter called slug and followed by a slash. Now I'm going to need to just quickly trash this directory so that it's a little bit cleaned of the stuff that is in there already. And then you can see that our posts then get created with permalink, not permalinks. Okay, let's just trash that again because the old files remain there. So in our posts directory, we can see that there's first one and then writing is hard. And if we look at what that means, so our posts will then use that slug to generate the URL from, and some punctuation is fine in there. Now that's pretty cool, and that gives us the ability to control stuff from a directory perspective. But we still don't really want to have this layout be in every single directory that we care about. We want it to apply globally. Now I'm going to show you the simplest possible use case for that, which is using this as a global variable. Now for that, I'm going to create, oh, sorry, not a new file, a new directory, which I'm going to call underscore data, which is one of 11t's defaults. I don't know what I've done there. Let's just redo that. New folder, underscore data. And inside that, I'm going to create a layout.js file. And inside that layout.js file, I'm just going to set the property of layout. And now suddenly layout should apply on every single file across a whole site because I'm setting that variable. So let me just save this. Let me go to the site, and our posts, I haven't specified anything, also has the layout set. Now that's because it is just a variable, but we can do far more interesting things with it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a ships.js. Don't misspell it, Michael. Ships.js. And inside that, I'm going to do the following. I am going to call out to the Star Wars API and provide a list of starships to 11t. Okay. And then I'm going to make use of a feature called pagination, which is often used for like blog posts and stuff. But I'm going to create a folder called ships. And inside my ships folder, I'm going to create a new file called ships.njk. And inside here, I'm going to go straight into the front matter. And I'm going to specify a whole bunch of pagination specific extension stuff. So firstly, the data that this is going to be based off, which could be anything, is going to be ships, which matches the stuff in our data folder. I want to deal with one data item at a time. I'm going to alias that data item to ship. And then I'm going to add all, oopsie, on a new line, add all pages to collections. True. For this page, I want to specify the permalink. Oh, sorry, running a bit out of time, so you'll forgive me if I do the following. And just fix that. So I'm going to add this all to a permalink, which is at a different level because YAML. Sorry. And I'm going to specify the tag of ships. Now for this, I'm going to create a little bit of markup underneath, which is going to specify the ship's name, model, class, manufacturer, etc. Okay. Now when I save this, it does a few things. So you'll see that at the bottom here, template render error, ships.ngk, slugify, ship.name, alias ship, not ships. Okay. Fix that error. It tells me how long that call took. So it's already giving me useful build information saying that some parts of my build are slow, and then it spits out a whole bunch of stuff inside my site. So it's got a ships directory, and I've got a page for every single ship. Okay, which is pretty cool. But now, much like the posts, what I've done is I've specified that all of these are added to a collection. Add pages to collections. The spelling is important. Which is going to be ships as a tag. So I can create an index.njk here as well. Index.njk in this directory. And I'm just going to do the following stuff in the interest of time. Where we're going to, for each ship in the ship collections, we're going to write the ship URL and then ship.data.ship.name. Ship.data.ship is an awful variable name because naming things are hard. And I'm really, really sorry for that, but it was late. Now, if I go back here and I use my ships hyperlink, it'll go to a ships page, which shows a collection of all of the ships that we've gotten from the Star Wars API. And then I can take a look at the Millennium Falcon, which is obviously the only ship I'll ever use. Okay, cool. So there's that. Now, very quickly, before we break out of the demo, we've done a whole bunch of stuff inside templates and inside directories, and there is some opinionated bits and pieces here. And I told you that this was an unopinionated framework. So I don't want you to worry about that, because what you can do is you can just create a new file, which is .11t.js, if I spell it correctly, .11t.js in the root directory, and you can do all sorts of cool things with it, right? So you can override literally all of those defaults. You can write whatever JavaScript code you need in here that's build processy. You can write filters. You can create shortcodes for markdown formats, because some of the stuff that you're consuming might be from a content management system, right? You could write your content management system as a data source. Custom tags, functions, and plugins like RSS, navigation generation, that kind of thing. And then this means that you can change the whole 9 yards. Now, in the interest of time, I'm not going to go through the last CSS bit, so you're going to have to deal with the fact that the site looks ugly. I'm really, really sorry. Judge me if you want, but it's at least fast. So I'm going to close off by going back to slides, if I can find PowerPoint, which I think has disappeared on me. PowerPoint, there we go, yay. Just to cover some advanced use cases really quickly. So firstly, the overwhelming philosophy is that if you can build and deploy your website fast enough, it's indistinguishable from being dynamic. So if it takes you seconds to rebuild and it will be live immediately, that's pretty good, right? So what we can do is we can do things like when there's significant data changes, we can trigger a rebuild. And this gives us really, really reliable browser and really reliable performance for the users. And it limits the blast radius of changes, because if something breaks, you can always roll back to previous static files or the user still has access to the website if the build process fails. And then finally, because the stuff is all static, you can make heavy use of caching in terms of all of your assets and stuff, so that the website is really, really fast on repeat visits, and use your CDN appropriately. Now, in terms of the redeploy and significant changes, because this is very static, I'm going to cover one last thing, which is just an example, which is this idea of web mentions. So let's say, for example, you had a GitHub repo where on every single commit you had a build process, which could be GitHub Actions, that deployed to a live directory, even if that was GitHub Pages, right? You could have somebody in the social cloud mention your website, and you could sign up to a service called Web Mention, which is one of those indie web things that says, cool, well, when somebody mentions this website in any way, shape, or form, I can call a webhook. And that webhook that I'm going to call is the build process webhook, which I've exposed. So you can have any new web or any new mention call the webhook that's going to trigger a build and a redeploy. So if somebody says, hey, awesome, this is a great website, you can add that, or this post was amazing. You can add that onto the bottom of that post dynamically, which is really, really, really slick. And because you've got good build tooling, depending on what you use, you can make sure that that will time gated and not build more than once an hour, for example. So you've got some tweaks and changes there. And it gives you a really, really nice way of being dynamic enough to be live. So I've added a link to a fellow GDE's post on this exact topic. So it's really, really interesting. And I've implemented this myself. So this stuff isn't all a nirvana. I'm going to talk to you about some of the things that are a little bit difficult and are challenges or opportunities. If you do want JavaScript on every single page, you're in the world of having multiple Webpack entry points, and your Webpack config becomes really complicated. And if you're building on data, like that list of ships, if we then had 1 million ships or a ship per language, we've got a combinatorial effect on changes. And we could start making it not as useful to generate static files for everything. And then lastly, like, caching is really, really hard. So as much as you can get a lot of benefit out of it, it's also really hard to make sure that you're not polluting browser caches or network cache. So I'm hoping that there are some questions. Thank you very much for letting me ramble on for this length of time. Things sort of worked. I'll answer some questions now quickly. And if there isn't time, please feel free to hit me up on Twitter using my hashtag or my Twitter handle, Mike Fraser, or take a look at my website where I infrequently write things about stuff. And that's me.
Hey, thanks a lot, Mike.
Yep.
That was very interesting.
Yep.
Very interesting.
Oh yeah.
I guess maybe from now on, I think our viewers like to wait for the session to end, and then start with the questions. But I had one.
Yeah.
It's related to the issues that you mentioned, the Webpack entry points and how caching is difficult and so on. So what kind of use cases would you say is the best fit for 11T? I saw we have some kind of echo. I'm not sure. Yeah, we do on the live stream.
Is it good now?
It just started happening
guys.
now. I think it's when we are shifting from presentation mode to.
My bad. It
Right.
should be good now.
Okay, so.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, but the question was, it was audible. So, what kind of use cases is best for 11T in your opinion, of course? Huh?
So any kind of high performance situation, I think 11T adds a lot of value. And anything where the content is obviously the highest priority, 11T adds a lot of value. Things where you don't necessarily want to run server-side software because of unpredictable scale, but it's content-oriented. So like for a personal site or blog, it's amazing, but I think it can scale up a little bit past that as well. I think you can do some really interesting content-driven experiences, like having, instead of a list of ships from the Star Wars API, using a headless content management system and using WordPress as a service, for example's sake, and getting all of your content data and then writing a really good bespoke website in front of it that has great performance.
This is nice. So normally, I think that the first thing I would be using this for is creating a blog itself. So how do you think it compares with other static site generators, like, for example, Jekyll?
So that's a great question. So this was written as a frustration with Jekyll and as a replacement for Jekyll, right? By Zach Leatherman. And I think it compares very favorably to people who come from a Jekyll background and want something a little bit simpler and a little bit faster. So that's a great comparison, but it doesn't really compare as well to the other big name JavaScript static generators like Gatsby, Next.js, Nuxt, which Debbie O'Brien is speaking about tomorrow, and I'm very interested in hearing, and the like. Those are far more batteries included frameworks in terms of you will follow their conventions by and large, and they will produce more complete front-end code used in the style of those JavaScript frameworks. But that also comes with a slight cost in terms of, yes, it's static, but you have to agree with their conventions, and you have to absorb the JavaScript cost of the stuff that they emit.
Yeah, true. There's always that trade-off. If you're trying to do something lightweight, you have to put more effort, you get more control, but you have to work a bit harder on the code. But then if you use something like Next or Nuxt, which I have for both, it's you get going fast with it, but you have to play on their playground then. Okay, so I've also seen, like, for 11T there were starter packs, starter themes, I think.
I'm sorry, I forgot. Yes, there are. You don't have to do everything like I've done right here. In fact, there are really, really amazing starters that you can just say, well, this is the kind of things that I care about. I'm going to pick one of those starters and run with it, depending on what my domain is.
Actually, while I was asking the question, I was checking it out as well. I'll send the link for the starter projects in the live chat, guys, if you guys are interested. Oh, yeah, I can't send web addresses in the live chat. I forgot about that.
Fortunately not.
No, but we are going to do like the workaround things. Try to send it. All right. So if you guys don't have any questions, viewers, I guess, Mike, you can leave a few closing notes if you have anything to add.
Okay. So I suppose I don't really have anything to add, unless I suppose the one last thing is a punt that if you are interested in the performance angle of this stuff, but are stuck writing React applications, you should come attend my talk on Friday, where I'm going to be talking about diagnosing performance issues with Lighthouse and particularly focusing on React.
Ooh, Mike, it just came in. There's Rishivat saying that you're awesome.
And she
Thank
was
you
like,
very much. You're too kind.
she was like, she's on the news. Yeah, this just in, Mike, you're awesome.
Well, it kind of was that.
All right.
Well, thank you.
Well, Mike, thank you very much for this session. Your sessions are always so very interesting. You have like a different take on how to approach web development. I love it. It's always unconventional, going back to the basics and yet building amazing things. So thanks for being here and for your session. We look forward to the next one. So using Lighthouse for React, yes?
Diagnosing,
all right.
Yeah.
Diagnosing React, yeah. And see you in the next one. Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
Bye,
Bye-bye.
Mike.
Everybody.
Thanks a lot.
All right. So this was Mike. It's a shame that we don't have the physical conference. He's always so much fun when he does like live conferences.
Yes.
Yeah. The last time it was like, hey guys, I know I'm gonna make like a few typos here and there. If you catch one, you get a gift. I got one, by the way. Yeah. Yeah. So it's fun. Okay, we are gonna take a little break. And the next session will be starting at 1400, so at 2 p.m. Oh, it's too big. That's the session. It's too big. Looking forward to that day. I don't even know what it's about. Let's see it together later on then. See you guys back at 2 p.m. All right?
Thanks so much for watching. 1. Hey everyone,
Hello. So
welcome back.
it's been like half day now. I hope you guys are enjoying the sessions. And it's time for the next one. So our next speaker is Stefan Nikolic from Providus Technologies. Actually, Stefan is going to talk. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to give the introduction because that title is golden. It's too big. That Stefan deserves to introduce this by himself. So I'm not going to talk about what he's going to do for his session. Let's just bring him in and let's see.
Hello, guys.
Stefan. Hi.
Hello. Thank you for
Stefan.
having me.
Yeah. So, Stefan, how are you feeling? You good?
Yeah, feeling good.
You've
Ready to
attended
go.
a bit. Maybe you were enjoying the sessions before too.
Yeah,
So
I listened to
yeah,
a couple.
yeah.
Awesome.
It's kind of funny because this track has a lot of JavaScript in it, yeah. So now I guess we are just gonna hand over to you. We will keep an eye on everything, so you can focus on your session. As for our viewers, well, leave your comments, leave your feedback and questions in the live chat, and we'll be sure to pick them up at the end, right? Enjoy.
Stefan,
Okay.
up to you.
Thank you. College. I'm a software development team leader here in Providus. And something about me. So I come from Serbia. It's a wonderful country. I don't know if you like sports, you probably heard of Novak Djokovic, he's a countryman, or if you are using alternating current, you probably heard of Nikola Tesla. Also, Serbia is famous for wonderful, beautiful nature and food. Also, something about me is that I like fishing, also enjoy playing games, and in the recent years, I started playing board games, and they overcome the playing games. Regarding my professional career, I started in 2012 in a company called Comtrade, working outsourcing for Hewlett Packard. So I worked on HP projects for like a year and a half. After that, I moved to Microsoft, to their development center in Serbia. I was part of their office team there. I developed and worked on features for Word, OneNote, and Microsoft Sway. After Microsoft, I went back to my hometown, to a company called Logspin. It was a gaming company developing products for gaming industry. It developed for many brands. One of the brands that is most famous, probably you heard it also, is BetNinja. This is the first time I get to work on React.js, and my React.js career started there. After Logspin, I moved here to this beautiful country, Mauritius, and joined Providus. Providus is also into gaming industry and also developing projects for a lot of brands, and the most famous brand also here is BetNinja. So about Providus, this is a young company, started here last year. We had like 4 developers in March. The company is fast growing. Currently we have 20 plus engineers, and we have a goal to expand rapidly. We are currently in a beautiful big office that is, let's say, half empty because we plan to expand. So the goal is like to be 50 plus in next year or 2. And maybe you notice we are located in Iban, in first cyber city, and we are hiring rapidly, let's say. So I hope that you enjoy this presentation, that you like what we do, what you see, and that you will want to join our team. So now we can move on to the presentation. And I think that a lot of my colleagues were waiting for this moment, so it's too big. So I'm sure that for some of you, first thing that come to mind is that's what she said. But in this case, that's what he said. And when I say he, I meant my boss when he saw the bundle size that we have. So as I mentioned, one of the brands we are doing is BetNinja. And I don't know how familiar you are with BetNinja, but it's one of the most used platforms for gaming. It's somewhere second, somewhere third by usage. So that means it has a lot of customers. And I don't know if you know this, but BetNinja also is located in Nigeria. So when front-end developers think about developing apps for Nigeria, first thing they think slow internet. The second thing, old phones. And when you combine these two, you get what? A lot of loading time. And a lot of loading time leads to losing customers. So there were a lot of research done. I know that BBC claims that for every second, so every second that their site loads longer, they lose 10% of their readers. Pinterest claims that when they decreased their load time by 40%, they gain 50% more in search engine traffic and signups. And also there was some research that has shown that 50% of customers expect the site to be loaded in less than 2 seconds. And if your site loads in more than 3 seconds, 40% of them are already left the site. So what are we going to talk today? Today we are going to talk about React, what it is, what are we using it, and we are going to talk about Webpack, how can it help with bundle size. Then we will mention a term called tree shaking. So one of the, let's say, practices to have a smaller bundle, then code splitting, lazy loading. Then we'll mention Preact. I don't know, it's becoming popular. I guess some of you have heard of it. Then we mention some gzip, and service workers. So let's not lose time and continue. So first topic is React, or also known as React.js. There are other versions for native development, React Native, but we are just stick for React.js now. So it's an open source JavaScript library. It's developed by Facebook. It's a library that allows you to make component-based applications. So when I say component-based, I like to think of it like you having a building blocks like Lego or whatever, and you're building from small elements to bigger, and then joining that bigger elements and making a website finally. So what is the job of React? Its job is to render the data to the DOM, to the document object model. And just this is not enough to have a website. So with React, you usually have to use some additional libraries. For instance, we are using libraries. You need a library for state management, and you need a library for routing. So the two most popular are Redux and React Router. And yeah, so if you want to start with React.js, I would suggest you to start from reactjs.org. The community is great about React. It's growing. It's more popular by day, and you should have it in your skill set. Let's just have a quick example of what is React. So you basically start with let's say empty web page, empty HTML. You there need to load your bundle, your code, your React application, and usually you have one element that will be host for the code that React will render in. And after that, you have a component. There are multiple ways to create a component in React. I will not go in deep here. This is one of them. And as you can see, it looks like a class, but then it renders an HTML, but it's not an HTML, it's JSX. So it's similar to HTML. You can use HTML tags for some, there are some exceptions for using attributes. But for instance, here you can see you don't put class, you put class name and similar. But also for JSX is interesting that you can put JavaScript code if you use brackets to surround it. So now this is something like a component that we created. So basically it's a div that has a header and it has some unordered list. So how can we make a website? So imagine that we created one more component like this, like header, or we created one more for footer, and then we can create 4 components that is our page that will combine all other components to a page. And then you can see that here we combine header, shopping list, and footer, and this will create another component. This could be a page, this could be a sub page. So basically, as I said, just like building blocks. Here in the last line, you will see this is a React command to render in DOM. If you remember the div that had ID root, with this command running this function, we will put this page component inside the div with root as ID. And that's basically React.js. So if you want to learn more about it, you need to go research, practice, and it's not that difficult, you just need to put time. Next thing that I would like to talk about is Webpack. So when you build that web application, let's say you have a bunch of files. For every component, you have a file. So you don't want, obviously, to import every file to your HTML. So there comes the bundling tool. So Webpack is a bundling tool. It has multiple purposes, not just to join several files in one. It also does some optimizations. For instance, it does minification that removes spaces, removes comments and stuff like this. Also does dead code elimination. So it has a smart way to decide to detecting the code that is not used and not to include it in the end product. Okay, I have a small demo to demonstrate this. So if we go to here. So here we have, let's begin from the beginning. So here we have a index.html. This is a HTML5 site that just loads our main.js script. This is not a React application or anything. This is simple HTML with JavaScript. As you can see, we don't have any main.js script, so if we run it currently, the site will break. In our source files, we have index.js. This is some, let's say, dummy script that we use for this test. So here you see we have like 3 simple and similar functions: by shirt, by pants, by hat. Every of them returns an object that has type and amount different. And then we have a function select close that receives the type, and then if the type is shirt, then it returns by shirt, else returns by pants, and then it has by hat. Probably you notice that this by hat will never execute because we have if return and else return will exit the function. So basically this by hat is a dead code. And then we have select close shirt. Now we can start and build our using Webpack. Build our main. We have a warning that we did not select the production, so by default they select the production for us. And now, as you can see, we have a main here. But here, okay, let me wrap it. If we look at this bunch of code, but it doesn't look like our code at all. And there is a reason for this. Webpack noticed, deducted that this code, if you include it in your website, it will do no effect on it. So basically, it will define the functions, run this function will return an object, and this object will not be used. So basically, this code will be run, but neither will you see it, neither the console log will see it, nobody will see it. So that's why here you don't see anything that looks like the code that you wrote. So how we can change this? Okay, let's comment this line. Let's uncomment these two lines. So basically, now we call the same function, but we keep the result, and then we console log the result. So now this function actually affects our website. And now if we run the same command, now we see that our bundle was 930, now is 1 kilobyte. And if we go to our index, to our main, and log it, this, now you can see something that looks like the functions that we wrote. So basically we have something here, shirt, pants, but I don't see any hat. So basically, Webpack deducted that this function is never called, and also because it's never called, this function doesn't need to be defined, and Webpack removed this for us. And that way we have less code. If we compare now the sizes, so if we go here, so basically Webpack by default put some code that help Webpack to zip this and to make it smaller. So that's why the initial bundle size for Webpack is 930 bytes. If we check the main file we got here, it has, let's check, it has 1026 bytes. So let's say it gained 100 bytes by including this file. And if we go to this file itself, it's 400 bytes. So basically, a file of 400 bytes was crammed into this Webpack by just adding 100 bytes. So you can imagine if you have a lot of files, you will save a lot of space, and the initial 930 bytes that comes with Webpack will be insignificant. And you can also notice that there are no comments from this code, so neither this one comment and everything. So that would be the demo that I had prepared for the Webpack. Of course, if you want to start with Webpack, I suggest you to go to the official Webpack.js.org website. Now, when we're talking about the bundle size and everything, the thing that we need to say is the one tool that I found very useful, and it's Webpack's bundle analyzer. So basically, it's a library that you can easily install, and you have a graphical representation of your bundle, and how much is every library, how much is it parsed, how much is it in gzip side and stuff like this. So here you can see, and maybe you loaded something that is too big and you don't need it, and you can remove it and find some lightweight alternative, or maybe you just need this library, but not everything, but some module. In that case, we come to the term tree shaking. So basically, I like to imagine it like library is a tree, and it has its leaves, and every leaf is some feature from that library. And it's a bad practice that you import whole library, even you need just some stuff. So you just shake the tree and take the things that you need. So instead of, let's say, importing Lodash, the whole thing, when you just need a find and throttle, this will save you a lot of time. Webpack will see that you import just find and throttle. It will find these two functions. It will find the functions that depend on this function, and it will import just the code that it needs, nothing more, nothing less. So import just what you need and keep it small. Next thing that I want to talk about is code splitting and lazy loading. And it is what it sounds like. When you talk about code splitting, you need to talk about lazy loading. Instead of having one big bundle, you can have multiple. Imagine you coming to a login page, and then you have also the code for 10 other pages that are available only when you successfully log in. So you can do this by using code splitting and lazy loading techniques. Basically, Webpack can also pack and split your bundle in chunks, so they are lazy load. And this is not something that is new, and that is this is familiar for a long time. Gmail did this in 2009. So it's old, but it's often forgotten, and it can be useful in some cases. So also React allows us with some simple code to lazy load some components. This is a simple example that you import lazy and suspense from React. Then you can use suspense with the fallback. So this is what will be shown until while you don't have your component loaded. When the component is lazy load, the fallback component will be replaced with the component inside suspense. So it's very straightforward. Try it once and you will know it. And as I said, Webpack help us with this. In Webpack 1, we needed to use require ensure to the code splitting. And in Webpack 2.2 and plus, we use import. And for this also, I have a small demo. Here, okay, let's see. We have a empty dist folder. In the source folder, we have 3 files. We have A, that is a simple function that says hi from A. We have B that's similar to A, just say hi to B from B. And then we have an index that is entry point for our application. It imports synchronously A from A, and then it imports using import that we mentioned for asynchronous loading. And this import returns a promise that when it's loaded, it will execute the code below. So it will execute the default from B, or it will write to console hi from B. So this is a simplified version of your code. Now we have a command that we can run. And simple command, you can find it anywhere when you do this. So you need to put what is your entry file, output path, output file name, pattern, output chunk part name. So this will be the name of the main file. The other will be the name of the, let's say, children. And then you have output public path. So when you run this, you will notice that Webpack has produced 2 files. You see here one hashname.js and hashname async.js. And if you look here, you can see the one that is the main. And if we now wrap it, you can see here it contains hi from A, but we don't find hi from B. Why is this? Because we said that we will lazy load the B when we need it. And when we need it, this file will be downloaded and imported. And as you can see here, we can see the hi from B code function. And that's basically it. These stuff are easy to use, just don't forget them. Okay, let's go next. Next thing is the Preact. I don't know if you heard about it, but Preact, as I heard, it's performant React. So performant React It's a lightweight version of React, and its core is like 4 kilobytes, and it's mostly compatible with React. So you can easily switch from your React application to your Preact application. Of course, the keyword here is mostly, so not all stuff are supported. That's why they also have a disclaimer that there are some stuff that are not supported. But for the stuff that are not supported, you usually have something else to replace it. For instance, you cannot use React Router with Preact, but you can use Preact Router. So there is that library. And also for other things that are not supported, you can, if you include the library Preact Compat, you can have React compatibility. So not just using Preact, you use Preact Compat and you have React compatibility. So as I said, lightweight, that means that something is missing. So what is missing? As they said, they're missing the prop type validation. They don't have it in Preact core, but if you use Preact Compat, you will have it. It's fully supported, as you see. Also the children, so React children is not supported in Preact, but you can reach children from its props. But if you include Preact Compat in your application, you will have full support for React children. And for synthetic events, Preact uses browser add event listener. So as you can see, not much stuff is missing, but it's very, very fast. So I researched when I researched Preact, I found the results that were showing great improvements in React, in Preact when switching from Preact to React. Of course, development is another thing because community of React is much bigger than Preact, but Preact is getting there. So in time, I think more and more applications will switch to Preact. When we talk about bundle size, of course, we have to do some tests. So if you create a Hello World application, these are the sizes that you find. So Preact is like 8 kilobytes. React is 125, and I insert also Vue. It is also lightweight. It's 64 kilobytes. For some, let's say, application that require a little bit more, for to-do list, it was 15 kilobytes for Preact, Vue was 72, and React 131. And when I say the community is not as big as React, it doesn't mean that it's small. A lot of big companies are switching and have switched to Preact completely. First thing that I heard that switched was Uber. They switched and they made the application. Their application was less than 50 kilobytes for their users. Also, you can see here Lyft, Pepsi, New York Times. A lot of companies are switching, and there is a much bigger list. I didn't want to put everything here. If you want to start with Preact, you should go to preactjs.com and start from there, and let's say good luck. Now, next things, not so, let's say, related to the bundle size, but also for the other static content. gzip, this is the thing that is also forgotten to be done on the server side of the product. So let's say you are hosting a website and hosting all the images and everything. You should set up that your server sends data compressed or gzipped. So with just adding a few lines of code in your htaccess file, it will work. If you're having a patch, you have different line, but very similar. If you're using Nginx, again, several lines of code, and your server now will send to the browser gzipped files. So this is all well known, but very often forgotten. And instead of sending 21 kilobytes, you send 5. Instead of sending 135 kilobytes minified file, you send 35. So you can save a lot of time on just doing the little tweaks to your projects. And the next topic that I want to mention is service workers. I know that in the previous presentations also other speakers talk about this, and they should, because it is important. It's also, let's say, relatively new. It doesn't affect the bundle size, but it affects user experience. So this is something that you can do to make your users have better experience while using your website. So what is a service worker? It's a web worker. And when you say web worker, it's a JavaScript file that you can provide along your website. And this is a JavaScript that runs separately from the main browser thread. And it can do some nice things. One of the things that it can do, it can intercept network requests. So basically you can make a network proxy that lets you control stuff. Then, because it can intercept network requests, it's only supported over HTTPS. So to prevent vulnerabilities and attacks like man-in-the-middle attack, stuff like this. Then what it can also do, it can cache stuff, read and write to the cache. And later in the example, you'll see how good this could be. Also, you can deliver push notifications and stuff. With service workers, there has been a new approach. It's called, you heard of probably mobile first, but now there is also offline first approach. So basically, when you're developing your application, you should maybe start, you should start from offline first. So basically developing how your website works when the user doesn't have internet. It sounds futuristic for me still. So as I said, it's relatively new. It's not fully supported. For instance, for Android stock browsers, it's partially supported. It's supported fully on Chrome from version 45, that was in 2015. Firefox 44, that was also for 2015. On mobile phones, for which I think that there will be more benefit, it's supported in Chrome from 84, and it was released in July this year. So in Android Fox, it was released in March 2018. When deploying your service worker, there are phases. First, there are three steps. First step is you need to register your service worker. Then when you register it, it can be installed. And when it's installed, it could be activated and running. So simple example, short example. As I said, it's a JavaScript file. And first, what you need to do is register your worker with 3 lines of code. And if the service worker is supported in the browser, it will be registered. Then when it's registered, it can be installed. Then you write a few lines of code to install your service worker. And here, what it say, hey, add to the cache these files. So basically that add this SVG and add this HTML page here defined offline page HTML. And last step is using one of the features. So one of the feature is controlling your network. And here, for instance, if you create a GET request for the page and you get an error or no response, this means that your user doesn't have an internet. And in that case, if an error occurs, you will return from cache your offline web page. And then instead of user getting unable to connect, he will get your web page that was cached previously. And a lot of stuff. You can make your own game to make user play the game until it gets internet or stuff like this. Stuff that you can do with this is create an application, and whenever user makes a request that needs internet, you can cache that request, and when the user gets online, you can call it. So basically, don't lose user input. So this is all that I had to talk about today. I wanted to mention stuff that I learned during research, how to make our applications better and everything. And I would like to thank you, the organizers, for organizing this event, everything. Of course, Providus for allowing to spend time and create this application and invest everything. I would suggest you to go to our website. If you like what you see, you can join our little family, come with us, hang out and everything. You can go to Providus MU, see everything, go to careers, see the current open positions. As I said, we are hiring a lot, so feel free to drop your CV and hope you join our team. And that's it from me.
Hey, we're back.
Yeah.
Thank you so much,
Welcome.
Stefan. That was a very interesting presentation.
Thank you very much.
So, Vidush, did you pick up any questions on the YouTube chat?
Yes, actually, yeah, I've been monitoring the YouTube chat, but no questions so far. But
that's
personally,
it's interesting. Then everything they understand.
Full
everything.
clarity.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
On my side, I'd be sure to check out Preact. I guess that's how it's pronounced.
Yeah,
Preact. I'm sure there are some trade-offs though when you move to Preact instead of React. There should be maybe that needs to be taken into consideration as well. But I've never used it before, so I can't say yet.
I use it, and I can tell you that I didn't find any difference noticeable. So
Yeah,
it was easy. It used Preact router, not React router, and it was similar code. It needs some code changes for the routing, but it's like a 15-minute job to switch from one to the other. But other than that, I suggest to use it. Only thing that I said is that the community is better for React because it's, let's say, older and bigger. But what you can do is develop your application in React, and at the end, just switch to Preact. So this is also a valid. Yeah.
Okay,
Awesome
so on
advice.
our side, if we don't have any questions, I guess we can wrap up the session. Stefan, do you want to leave any closing notes?
No, I just want to say bye to all my friends, family, and
Okay.
I know that a lot of Serbians are watching now.
Awesome.
All right. Well done, Providus. This just in the comments. Okay then. Thank you very
so much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. See you guys.
See
All right.
you.
Till next
Bye.
time. Bye.
Till next time, of course.
Okay, so Vidush, that was presentation, right?
Yes. Sorry, I was getting some issues regarding the my connection. Even during the presentation, it got dropped off a little bit, so that's why I was just checking. Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Right.
can hear you. Just
Okay.
saying thanks to everyone for watching, and we're gonna see you in 20 minutes about. Yeah.
Yes. Everything is fixed up now. And yeah, see you guys.
Hmm.
using the similar technologies and environment, and even the next one. So Angular reactive forms. This is going to be presented by Ashley Shukai. I guess let's bring him in and let him introduce himself. Yes.
Hi, Ashley.
Hey, Ashley.
Okay,
How's
hi,
it going?
thank you guys. I'm good, very happy to be here. Thank you guys for giving me the opportunity today to talk about Angular reactive forms.
Yeah, thank you for making DevCon what it is. All right. Well, Ashley, you comfortable? This is the first time you're doing a live stream, or?
Yeah, this is the first time. Yeah, first time live stream.
Nice.
Hey.
Okay, so go ahead. Just give a brief introduction of who you are and what you do, and then we can move on to the session.
So, yeah, hi everyone. So currently I'm working as a system analyst at the Mauritius Revenue Authority. So for the past 5 years, approximately, I've been doing web and mobile development. And so my favorite stack is Spring and Angular, and mobile development using Ionic. And yeah, so here I am sharing a bit about my knowledge, my passion about Angular, and how reactive forms can be useful for you guys. Yep.
Your stack is kind of like the same domain, but the different one that I use. I usually use like React for React Native for mobile. But yeah, this is going to be interesting. I'm definitely psyched for it. Let's leave the floor to you, and for the viewers, same as always, leave your feedback, leave some questions, and don't be afraid to chat. We are nice. All right, enjoy the show.
So hi guys, so here I am. So just a bit about myself. So like I was saying, system analyst at the MOA, so doing mobile development using Ionic, and so front-end development using jQuery and Angular, back-end development using Java frameworks, Java EE and Spring. I'm also Java certified, blockchain certified in IBM. And I've also have some experience in network and system administration when I was working at the Mauritius Post. And so just some prerequisite maybe for this session. So some basic knowledge about web, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and some basic knowledge in Angular. This is the GitHub repo. So you guys can just maybe just go really quickly and just check out, and maybe you can just see the code, and if there's any question later, maybe after, you can just ask me some question. So that's the agenda. So just gonna briefly introduce you to forms, usually how we are handling forms currently, and I just want to show you guys an alternative way how we can do validation using Angular reactive forms. Just gonna talk a bit also about the concept that's being used in Angular reactive forms, not only in Angular reactive forms, but in Angular usually, using what is the reactive style. Then we're going to actually dive into form control. What are the APIs that you can use for Angular reactive forms, form control. We're going to also jump at control state. What are the different state control has: valid, invalid, touch, untouch, pristine, dirty. So we're going to talk also about form builder, form group, how you can build your own custom validators, what is component-based form. If in case you have dynamically controlled fields that you don't know how many fields you're going to have in advance, you can use form array. What is asynchronous validation? Also, how you can update your form model, and if we have time, so we're going to look at dynamic forms. Okay, so just a bit about Angular reactive forms myself. So when I started web development, we've been doing actually validation using vanilla JavaScript and jQuery. And you have really complex form actually at MOA. I mean, you guys have been filing your taxes, and you have seen the number of fields, the number of validation that we have, and especially with vanilla JavaScript and jQuery. I mean, it has been quite a challenge for us. And when we embarked into the mobile deployment at MOA, so we wanted to do something different. And so we went around and we looked at different frameworks, and actually we stopped. I mean, we chose Ionic framework because we wanted to use Angular. Angular actually give you so many APIs for doing validation of forms, and especially for complex one. And this has really helped us tremendously at MOA. And not only Angular reactive form, but the whole ecosystem of Angular has really helped us. I mean, I can, data binding, pipes, templates, component, so many things that Angular has offered us. I mean, Angular is a framework, not a library. So that has really helped us. So, and reactive forms is a bit, the icing on the cake that really help you, to do validation for complex forms. Just an introduction of forms. I mean, I'm sure you guys, just want to collect data and send it back to our servers. Before you want to save to a database, you want to validate the form, you want to validate that data. So how you can validate that data? Maybe you can validate the front end. You can also validate in the back end as well. And usually when we talk about forms, there are so many controls today. There are so many UIs. Maybe you can Angular material as well has so many controls. And actually, in the last demo, we're going to see dynamic forms. I've been using the control called stepper control, and this also actually make your development really fast. And yeah, so how do we do form validation? That's nowadays. So that's usually, if for any simple form, we'll do vanilla JavaScript and jQuery. You can also do backend validation using Spring MVC. Also today, nowadays, you have Java-based UI framework, Vaadin, JSF. If I'm also not mistaken, you have Vue as well that has some form APIs that can help you. And you have Angular template-driven forms. But in my opinion, I mean, template-driven forms maybe are for simple one. And if you have really complex form with complex logic, complex validation, I would really advise you to go, guys, with Angular reactive forms. Okay. Okay, what is Angular reactive form? So it's model-driven. I mean, compared to, I'll just say, in the Angular ecosystem, you have Angular template-driven, right? The template-driven mean like the word is saying, template. I mean, everything is defined in the template, and that's going to make your template very bloated, and it's make it a bit challenging as well. But there's an alternative way, when you can actually, that's the one, Angular reactive forms, that model-driven, that everything is defined in your component, in your TypeScript file. And the use cases, especially for us at MOA, I mean, we have complex validation, front-end validation, back-end validation. Our forms are dynamic, and trust me, I have tried it with jQuery and JavaScript. It's challenging. I've tried it with template-driven forms. It's also challenging. And then we decided to move to Angular reactive forms, and it has been a blessing for us, and it has really helped us. It's very flexible. It's very neat, and it's leverage RxJS. Those are the reactive extension JavaScript. How you actually can listen to any changes, and you can react accordingly based on those values. I'm just going to explain what do I mean to listening to something and react accordingly. So that's one of the concept. Maybe any Angular developer. I mean, when you talk about observable and observer, right? Maybe your HTTP client, whenever you're making a backend call, right? I mean, it returns an observable. And to be able to get those values from this HTTP data, you have to subscribe to that observable. So that's a bit, maybe you guys know about what's the observer design pattern, where we have the subject. The subject is the one that's producing the values that's what you want to watch, and then you have the observer. That's where you want the observer actually is watching those values. They want to subscribe to this subject to get those values. So in the Angular ecosystem, you have the observable. That's the source of the values. So it can be an HTTP client that's calling an API. It can be your mouse event that you want to listen, and it can be a form control, those values that you want to listen to those values. And the other counterpart is the observer. That's the consumer one. And so if you want to actually get those values, you have to subscribe to that observable, and you will get your values. And basically, you can, based on that value, you can act accordingly. You can, we'll just see in later what do I mean on that part. I'm just going to switch back to my ID really quick, just to want to show you. Okay, here is actually, I'm just, you have a form control here. I'm just going back really here really quick, just to make it side by side. Okay. So whenever you want to use a form control standalone without any form, so just going to use the form control here. That's one of the API that Angular provides us. And in case, how do you want to reference in your template? Use that one. That's the form control. And you see we have the square brackets. So whenever we have a square bracket, that means we're referring something in our component. So that's the name here. That's what we are referencing. And now, if you want to actually use that control, so you have to instantiate that using a new form control. That's a constructor. So I can just go to that. That's the source code for the Angular forms. This is the form state. If you want the form to have some values when your page is loading. So you can just put your initial values here, and then you have your validators. We're just going to go that in details later. So what's really interesting here is that I'm just going to, this form controls, there's one property called value changes. Value changes actually return an observable. And now how you want to subscribe to an observer, you need an observer. And how you create an observer is that you have free handlers. You have next. Next actually give you what's the next values, error in case there's an error, and then complete is when the stream is completed. And now that value changes. If you just do that, nothing will flow. So to get the flow of data, you have to subscribe to this observable. That's the observer. So that's here. I'm just going to go back really quick here. That's the demo here. So that's those values. So as you can see here, I'm having my value here. Okay. And here in my console, in the console.log, I'm just outputting the value here. You can see my values here as well. Okay, this is the value. So I'm just subscribing to that. But usually you won't have to do that. You won't have to define an observer. If you let's have another look at another observer is status changes. Status changes give you what's the status of the observer. Maybe it's valid, if it's valid or invalid. And here you can just do that. In the subscribe method, you can just define your observer here. That's it, and you have your data here. That's what I'm doing here, and this is valid. Before it was valid, the status was invalid here in the log. And then once my validation works, it will be valid. So that's the concept that we're going to build. That's a really important concept in Angular reactive forms. And actually, we're going to use that a lot. I'm just going to build on that. Okay, let's move on right now. So here, that's the template. Okay. Form builder. I'm just going to check out really quick another branch. Okay. Sorry. Okay, that's the form builder, and when this is the whole ecosystem of Angular reactive forms. That's the basic. That's the base. That's a base control, abstract control. Even in template-driven form, we use abstract control, and there are so many properties here: value, valid, pending, status. We're going to use all of that later, and then we have some methods. Those are the set validators, set async validators, batch value, set value. And then we have down is that we have form control, and then we have form group and form array. And form control is that when you want to act, just like we have seen now, you want to use a standalone without any form, or you can use a form control inside a form. We have form group, that's a collection of control. As you can hear in the constructor, we have controls that take as a parameter an object of key, and then the abstract control. And then you have form array. That's really interesting. What's really interesting when you have actually dynamic fields, and that's take an array of abstract control. And all these three classes actually extend abstract control. So you can get all those properties and method here. So you can use them down. And then we have form builder. That's instead, just like we have seen, we're using the constructor to define a form control, a form group. It's every time you don't have to use the constructor, right? So what's the form builder give us? It's an easier way actually to create. So you can actually think of form builder as a factory to create a form control, a form group, a form array. What is now let's look at the first pillar of Angular forms, the form control. So it manages and value the variety of an individual form control. So it will usually correspond to any UI element, an input, a select, or a checkbox, or a radio button. And the directives that we're going to look actually in this demo is form control and form control name. Okay, so we have seen now how we can, if you want to instantiate a form control and use it with a template. So that's your form control. So you can actually instantiate it without your initial state, or you can actually instantiate it with your valid. It can be a single validator or an array of validators. And here we're using form control. There's a difference between using form control and form control name. Here we're using that control as a standalone field. That's what we're using the square bracket to be able to reference that particular variable here. And we're going to have a look at form control name later. And we have other properties that we have over status. I haven't put everything here. So we have invalid, the one that I'm using one property here. So in case that your validators fail, so you can use that with your ng style, one directive ng style. So in case your control is invalid, so you can just apply a very simple CSS. So we can just go that really quick. Okay. So here's my CSS. So it's appearing right. So that's the ng style. So once my name is invalid, it will apply that CSS. Otherwise, if I respect the validation, so it will just go back. That's it. And here downwards, I'm just going to look here really quick here. Okay, so here also I can output what are the validation errors. So I'm still referencing to that form control, that name. And in case there's errors means if it's invalid, and what kind of validation. So Angular has some built-in validators like required, mean, max, and so those are simple one, and you can create your custom one like I'm going to show later. And here is just that once the control is in error, so it's just going to display both validators. But if you see here, right, the issue we're having here, I mean, let's say you're just loading your page, right? I mean, you won't just show a red field like that, right? I mean, it will kind of put up the user. So there are other ways that we can show those errors. Okay. Okay, we have control. This is very important. I actually use that when you want to actually show something to your user. Like I was saying, right? Let's say your page load, you won't just show that, right? It's kind. You want actually the user to interact with your control to be able to. Then it will show some errors. So then we have those are the control state. We have valid and invalid. Let's say when your control has failed your validation. Touch and touch, that's when the user has touched the field. And then we have dirty and pristine, is that when the user has changed the value in the field. By default, all controls are untouched and pristine. We're just going to show some details. Show a demo really quick. Okay, that's here. Okay, I'm just going to load the form. I'm just outputting all the status here, right? As you can see here, the status control of pristine is true, and then touch is true. When I start interacting with the form, now I've touched the form. As you can see, touch has become true, and touch is false. If I want to change the value, as you can see, dirty is true, and then pristine is false. And these are really helpful status that you can use. That once your user can interact with your controls, and you can show. It's up to you how you want to show it. At MOA, we don't use pristine touch, or we just use when the form is submitted. So we'll let the user, write everything, and then on submit, then we'll show the errors. But maybe you want to show the errors or interact with the user, maybe based on these when maybe when he has touched the field or when he has changed the value. Okay. So let's move on. Okay. Here I'm using dirty, and whenever the value has changed or when the user has interacted with the control, then I'm going to show the value. It's going to load again. Okay. So this is the part. Okay. Let's move on to the next one. Okay, so I was just mentioning about form builder. Just think about it, maybe how just like a factory, maybe the creational design pattern, how you want to create objects. Just an easier way for us to create controls, form builders, form groups, sorry, not form builders, form group, form arrays. How you use it for dependency injection. Actually just use it in your constructor there, constructor dependency injection. And it's very convenient when you have several forms. When you want, well, let's say you have a form group, let's say you want to have 10 fields, you just want to, you just want to keep doing, new form control, right? So just give you an easy way to define. I'll just show that how we can use form builder to create a form group. Okay, so this is the way. This is how we're gonna use with constructor and form control. But with form builder on the other side here, you can see here we are injecting the form builder using constructor dependency injection, and here we just do this.fb.control, and then you just say the same thing here. You can initialize with any form state that when you form load, or you can just put your validators here, right? That's the one. So we form builder, and now let's move to form group. That's where you want to have a collection of control. That's the second pillar of Angular forms. It's also an abstract control because it extends the class abstract control. It manages the value and validity of a fixed size collection of abstract control. And the coolest thing here is that the validity, right? It's the let's say in your forms you have 10 fields or 10-15 fields, right? If one of the fields is invalid, automatically the form group will be invalid. So that's the reduction of all the child status values. And here you have two directives. You have form group and form group name. And just a small typo here. Isn't supposed to be the square bracket here. I'm just going to change that later. So let's move that. So that's the, let's say we have a form with two fields. Personal information, we have first name and last name. Okay, so how are we going to define it here? Okay, so that's your main form, and that's how you want to group, just FB to group. And here you're going to define two forms, first name and L name. And here, if you look at the form control name, here we're not using the square brackets, we're using form control name. Form control name means you want to tell Angular Forms to look up this form group by using fname. So before we're telling it was directly referencing to a variable in your component, but right now, since we have several fields, so it will look up by using the fname. It will look up the form group by using the fname. And here we have fname and last name. And what's going to change here is we want to show the errors, right? I mean, you have to do the main form dot get. Okay, that's you want to get what is the control you want to have. You want to actually look at, and then here the errors. And here the errors that required. As you can see here, this is being repetitive, right? I mean, it's kind of making your form a bit bloated. So what you can do is that you can create a getter property in your component here that's just going to reference that form. That's it. And here you can I can just repeat that one, okay, by fname. Okay. So here it's much cleaner, right? I mean, if I just remove that, okay, be much cleaner. And this is also really important because tomorrow, if your structure of your form changes, if you have nested form, right, you don't have actually to go around your template and change everything. Since you already created a getter property here, that's actually is referencing that control. So you can just come here and just change that value, and it will automatically works. Okay. And regarding forms also, I'm just going to look at the form element. Here we're using form group, right? That's one what I've said. So here we're using the square bracket, right? So that means we're referencing a specific variable in your component. That's a main form. We have ng submit, okay? So that's an output event. So let's say you have a button of type submit. So once you click that button, it will automatically execute that handler. So you can put your handler here, submit form, and you can use that form here. So here, what's form here? Okay, that's a template reference variable. So what you're doing is that you're actually exporting that ng form in a template reference variable, and you can use several properties of that template reference variable, like submitted, what I've used here, submitted errors. There are several things that you can use in your template, and you can use that here also. Maybe let's say if form is valid, okay, then proceed, else no, don't proceed. You can just show something else. So these are simple stuff that Angular allows you to do. Okay, so let's move on. So these are the slides that you can refer later. I just highlighted some of the very important stuff that you guys have to look. Okay. Yes, here I just mentioned I created that getter property to be able to reference the form in case not to make your form too bloated. So you can just use that getter property in your templates. Okay, custom validators, right? We have looked at built-in validators in Angular. So those are very simple one, And when actually I've worked previously with template-driven forms, it's very difficult, very challenging to do custom validators. You have to create a directive, and here you have and then your directive, you have so many imports that you have to do, and it's very challenging. In custom in reactive forms, it's very simple to do a custom validator. They are just regular functions that you define in your component in your TypeScript file, and here what they take as a parameter is an abstract control, has an argument, and what will return? It will return a type of validation errors. So I'm just gonna check out. Just gonna commit that part. I'll just change that, right? So just a bit to. Oh. Okay, branch 5. Okay, so I'll just open that here for the validator. Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's the validator function, right? So what's the validator function here? What is take as an argument is an abstract control, and what it returns is return a validation errors. I can say, the Angular documentation is really good. The source code is very easy. If you come from a object-oriented background, so it's very easy for you. So you can just go for documentation and understand it, and you can just write it accordingly. It's very easy. And in case that let's say your custom validator depend on some property, right? So what you have to do is that you have to create a factory function that return a validator function. So I'm just going to show you real quick. So that's a custom validator function that takes an abstract control as a parameter, just as the Angular documentation source code showed us, and that returns a validation errors or null. So here, as you can see here, the validation errors, just a very simple one. It's return an object with a key here, string of type string, and any. So that's what we are returning here. A key here, and what you can return here is a string or anything else. And in case your custom validator depends on some property. So what you do is that what you write is we call that a factory function that return a validator function that takes an abstract control as an argument and return a validation errors. That's your argument. That's your property that you depend on. And just for argument's sake, maybe as we're going to see in the demo later, okay, maybe we have mobile numbers and fixed phone numbers, right? And these validation or different mobile numbers going to start with 5, and fixed line actually maybe start with 6, or fixed line is 7 characters and mobile numbers are 8 lines too. So just for argument's sake, you can just create something like that, and maybe you can, based on that example, you can write your own custom parameterized validator function. Okay, cool. Let me just check this out. I'm on SWAN 5. Okay, let's say I'm just going to show you for this one, for this personal information. We're actually going to do that in different ways. First way is that, let's say you have your main form, right? I can just define it the standard way. We have F name, last name, address, and phone, right? So that's just the basic that you can do. And here's your phone validator factory, right? That I'm just going to take. So in case that this is a fixed, if this is a mobile number, so I'm just going to use mobile here, right? And just going to give me the appropriate validator here function. So here's your component, right? So I'm just going to define all my form control name, L name, address, and phone, right? That's how we do it. But another way is that you can use nested forms. Okay. Maybe tomorrow the model that's coming from your backend, right? Let's say if it's flat, right? If it's just flat, a flat JSON that's coming up, you can just put FNAME and name, address, and phone, right? Tomorrow, if you decide maybe to do nested object, maybe you have personal info and then FNAME, mail name, contact info, address, and phone, right? So you can just bring that JSON up and just we're going to show you later how you can actually update your form. And I'm just going to change branch out really quick here. Okay, here, this is personal info. That's your nested form. You can see here we're using another directive called form root name. That's contact info. Okay, and here just going to the same. And what's going to change here, okay, is personal info name. Okay, this part. Okay, and that's another nice way of actually referencing to a control, right? Because before you have to do get personal info dot control dot name, right? So then they introduce that way for nested forms that you can reference to that control. Cool. Let's move on. Okay, that's your template. That's your template. Another way, maybe Angular, everything is a component, right? So you just want to build a component, and then you can assemble components later, right? And here also, I mean, that's what we have, particularly at MOA, right? I mean, we have components that can be used in several taxes, right? And tomorrow, I mean, let's say we build a component, and tomorrow we can use it in another form, in another application, and this has really helped us. And that's what we can do, component-based form. You can have your main form, which is empty, and then you have a component, very isolated one, and then you have another component, and then you can just put your components here. And what you can do is that then you can just post your main form. I'm just going to show you later your main form. And yeah, so that's one component here that we have personal info. Okay, prime 6, that should be prime 7. Okay, here. So I've just break out two very simple components. So I've put first name and last name here, and then your contact info here. Okay, and then in my parent component, I'll just references my component here, our personal info or contact info, and this I'm using it in my main form. And then those are the input properties. Okay, and then this is my model update. Okay, just one point here, really quick. And whenever you're, in my opinion, right, whenever you want to design a component, you have to design it with a minimum dependency, right? I mean, you have your input, and then you give your output. That's it. No dependency. You maybe in case don't use any providers in your component. I mean, if it has to use it, but then you have a dependency, then it's going to be really difficult maybe to use it in another, in my opinion, in another module or something. But here is that the basic here is that try to build a component with a minimum dependency, put your output, and then once you get your model data in your form, then just output that. So here what we've done. Okay, I'm just going to go to the slides. It's going to be really quick. Okay, so here I'm defining my main form, which is empty, and here okay, and then here's my component. I have my main form here because I have to add that component in my main form, right? This is how I do it. Basically, it's just under that form that I'm defining here, personal inform form, is just under the control. So I just added here in engine.init, and once I'm done, to get all my data from my model, I can just output that using the event emitter here. Here you can see it, personal info here. So as you can see here, I'm using value changes. That's the form to get all my data. I just fill up my backing model, So once I'm done filling up my model, I just output that data here. I'll output it, and then in my parent component, I can just use this method to actually fill up any model I have here, and then I can just submit the form or anything you want to do later. That's very, very, very easy. This was the best thing that you want to do is dynamic control fields. And these are the fields that you don't know in advance, right? And this is very helpful, and you use form array because you don't know in advance how many fields you have. Maybe when you file your taxes, you will see, right, we have so many maybe emoluments or dependents. So those are the things that you don't know in advance, right? And Angular form array actually helps you really there to do this type of validation. And we have form array name and form group name. As you can see, this is another directive, form group names. You're going to reference a particular variable in your template. That's form array. So that's your template here. So that's your form array. These are another courses. We will see later in my component how I'm referencing that. So this is just go to the template. This is the template first. Let's go to the component first. Okay, this is the main form. Okay, so I'm defining a form builder using group. So that's an empty array, right? Courses, this is formula.array. So this array will contain all it will be an array of all abstract controls. So you can just keep adding. As you can see here, if I want to add a course, I'll use this as code.push. And here I'm creating another group. And this contains course ID, course name, and payment, any fields that you're seeing here. Okay, I'll just branch out really quick. Time is going. Branch it. Okay, just see here. You can just keep adding. So what's going? Okay. Here. Yeah. Okay, so just 1 second. Okay. I'll just have to wrap up here really quick. Here you can use asynchronous validation as well. Pending state. There's a pending state that is very useful in case your validation has taken some time in the backend. How you can update your form. All the code in the GitHub repo, so you can have a look at how you can use set value and patch value, how we can actually update the form models using dynamic controls. And also what we have done is dynamic forms. If you want to build a form dynamically using a JSON, I've done a very demo here. Okay, that's a survey that we have done at MOA. We have used Angular reactive forms, so you can just do a forms, build your forms dynamic using a JSON, so you can have your field in your database, bring back that JSON up, and then build that form dynamically. So all these fields are from the backend, and you can have your data here. Yep, that's about it. And this is your JSON after you have filled up the form. And yeah, so you can just push that your API in your backend, and you can just save that data in your backend. That's a bit how you have your components here in my dynamic forms. You can have a look at the GitHub repo. The example is there, and you can just, if you have any question, you can ask me. And yes, thank you guys for your time. Hopefully that session was informative for you. It has really helped you. If you have any questions, please don't forget. You can ping me anytime, and give me your feedback. And if you think you can actually improve the demos I have, please let me know. I'll be really happy to listen to you guys. Thank you for watching. Next time. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for this.
No problem. Sorry for taking the time.
Not at all. I think Vidush was monitoring the YouTube chat.
Okay.
Yes. Sorry. Yeah. So actually, we do have one question from Irvin. He was asking what's the difference from this approach using reactive, reactive forms and the dynamically generated form from a JSON object.
Actually, okay, I can just go really quick. So there's no, I'm just using the same API. I'm just still using reactive forms to build my dynamic form. If you give me 1 minute, I can just go, just to answer that question, right? I can go really quick on my example. For us at MOE, it was a survey, right? We brought up a lot of questions that, a lot of unknown questions that can change, right? So you can say, let's say you have section 1, and then you have list of question here. Then you have section 2, 1 question here, and then section 3, 1 question here. And here, okay, we're still using the same APIs, the same form group. I'm still using form array name. I'm still using the form group name, and I'm still looping. And as you can see here in my component.ts, okay, I'm still defining a form group with an array, and here I get my data, and for each section, I'm going to build my form group here. Okay, this is a form group. So for each section that you have seen here, that's the data. I'm just going to a group, and I'm going to actually do a nested form array in this case. So because we have a list of question, right? And then that question, then I'm just going to loop from list of question and build another form array. That's it. And I have another component here that, as you can see here, update question. Okay, that's it. And it's just the same APIs, and it's much easier to use reactive forms to build something dynamic from your backend. So
it's not really replacing it. It's rather working with it or building on top of it to provide something. Yeah.
It's just another scenario that you can use for dynamic forms. Yeah. But for dynamic forms, maybe in my opinion, you can't do complex validation. Maybe for very simple validation like required, very simple ones, you can use dynamic forms. But you have complex one, don't go for this approach. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so for us, I think that was it for the questions. Of course, as Ashley mentioned, if you guys have any more questions, he remains accessible. He even provided the link to his GitHub, so make sure to get in touch. And with this, I guess we can conclude this session. Thank you for being here, Ashley. It was great to have you.
Guys. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Thank you to all of us then. And well, keep enjoying the rest of the Virtual Developers Conference. And see you in the next one. All right.
Yes. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I've seen your message. Sorry. Sorry.
So this is the conclusion of our session on Angular reactive forms. Our next session is at 4 p.m. So live.
crazy. Okay, we're back on. Thanks a lot for bearing with us. See you in 10. One. Hello and
Hey.
welcome back.
Yep. So our next session, as I was mentioning previously when the previous session was ending, it's a really interesting one. It concerns security, it concerns cloud. These are things that we all as developers have encountered at some point. So we have two speakers for this one, both from Synthesis Software Technologies, Evan Rubin and Louis-Philippe Shahim. So we are just going to bring them in and let them introduce themselves. Yeah. All right.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
Hello,
how are you guys
guys.
doing?
Yeah, we're doing good. You guys?
Doing good. Yeah. So
Awesome.
you guys are joining from South Africa or yeah?
Indeed.
Ah, okay, okay. Now, because I heard a little bit about Synthesis Software. I know you guys are based in South Africa, so this is a good time to you guys can just give a small introduction and maybe talk a little bit about Synthesis Software before we kick off the presentation. What do you guys think?
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Go ahead. So, Evan, yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. So I'm Evan, a software engineer at Synthesis Software. We do a lot of cloud consulting. We do digital projects, and basically we got clients kind of throughout South Africa, a couple in Mauritius, kind of spread all around. And yeah, we got a general love of tech, love of security, anything kind of computer technology related. We your go-to guys.
That's awesome. Yeah, you're in the right place then with this with the crowd here. And Louis Philippe.
Yes, so I'm an AWS cloud engineer at Synthesis, and yeah, we do a lot of consulting work for, like Evan said, a lot of our clients in South Africa and Mauritius. And yeah, we're looking forward to hopefully teach you guys or show you something cool today.
Yeah.
I love your logo, by the way, at Synthesis Software. The three hexagons, I think, kind of looks like microservices in a way. Okay, so I guess we leave the floor to you guys. For the viewers, well, you've maybe gotten used to it now. Questions in the comments, in the chat, feedback in the chat, and enjoy the show. All right.
We'll give you guys all a bit of a test.
Awesome. So we wish we could have been there with you in beautiful Mauritius to meet you all in person, but sadly, this picture of us from earlier this year outside the Grand Buyers Land Shark will have to do. So like I said, my name is Louis Philippe, or LP Shahim, a cloud engineer and AWS solutions architect at Synthesis, and I like to party.
And my name is Evan Rubin, also a cloud engineer at Synthesis, AWS certified with 6 certifications, an interest in cloud computing, cloud security, and basically anything tech related. So we're going to take you through a bit of our journey of making a cloud security, governance, and functional learning tool that we call Eunomia.
So next is a view on the team who started this journey with us. And apart from the 2 dashing gentlemen on the sides who are your presenters today, we have Matt, which is our business analyst and security specialist. We have JP, a cloud engineer and cloud practice lead at Synthesis. And finally, we have Paul, a cloud engineer and tech lead at Synthesis. And as you can see, all those late nights working together helped us cement our bond as the powerhouse and manly team that you see there. And just finally, a shout out and thanks to the team for keeping the initial Eunomia vision alive.
Cool. So now that you've seen what the team looks like, let's take a second to brag a little. The team's highly experienced in the corporate cloud security front with over 10 combined years of experience. We have 23 AWS certifications between us, ranging from associate, professional, as well as security specialty level certifications, and plenty more in the pipeline to come. Despite being so experienced, we are a very tight-knit team and have a passion for what we do. The initial stages of Eunomia were treated as a bit of a skunkworks project, with many evenings and many weekends spent together hacking away at the foundations of this tool that you'll see today.
So from our years of cloud consulting for very large firms, we've found various issues and blockers that led to the formation of Eunomia. There are lots of red tape and bottlenecks in many processes, such as permission requests, access requests, and change requests, especially in the cloud divisions, where the cloud encourages freedom and continuous deployments. As a developer, you need the freedom to innovate and build. But with the huge skill shortage of cloud security experts and general lack of cloud knowledge, we can't just let our developers run free, as there are large risks of data leaks, breaches, and various other smart attacks that people are coming up with. All of this is scary, right? Wrong. With the help of Eunomia, all of these concerns can be covered and your developers can roam free on their daily duties, improving productivity and turnaround times.
Cool. So let's paint a picture for you guys and give you a bit of a practical example. So picture this. You're sitting writing your final accounting exam and you're very certain that you know all your debits and credits match up and balance. Well, at least close enough for you to kind of pass.
Then your favorite teacher, Miss Assets, comes walking past and checks up on her favorite student's work and rolls her eyes. She's unpleasantly surprised to see all of your workings.
So you very quickly realize that what you thought was just a small little problem turned out to be tax evasion, at the highest level. So you fix it up really quickly, just in time for Miss Assets to do one more walk past. And this time, looking quite a bit more pleased with your work.
Miss Assets is Eunomia, your biggest asset when it comes to governance, security, and education within cloud development. Eunomia ensures that you are guided in your everyday practice and that your little mistakes don't result in devastating consequences.
So let's get a little bit more serious. Why would you use Eunomia? So Eunomia will help detect and rectify any gaps in your AWS cloud infrastructure, as well as configuration based off of AWS's best practice, our cloud experience, as well as your organizational requirements. Because AWS has made it so easy for you to just go and cowboy around the console, Eunomia acts as your guardrails to ensure that you can still cowboy, but without having significant or any damage.
Eunomia will help you remove all of the red tape that you find at large corporates, as well as facilitate the guardrails for your account, making it available to all sized businesses, as well as for private use. It will give you enterprise-level security for any use case, but at a fraction of the cost, all with one central view of your account or accounts for anyone, including your CTO, to follow up your remediation progress and to get a current state snapshot.
So Eunomia was built and backed by AWS well-architected partners, with the idea that it will allow anyone, regardless of their cloud level, to run a well-architected review on their workload. It also helps Synthesis conduct their well-architected reviews more efficiently to give you, the clients, a much more enjoyable experience, as well as many more benefits when having your review conducted by us, a registered well-architected partner. Our policies that we run have recommendations to help guide you to your remediation. You can jump to the violating resources from the front end to also help you easily remediate it, with our end goal eventually being to automatically remediate the violating resources on discovery or on demand by the user.
The name Eunomia comes from the name of the minor Greek goddess of law and legislation, which can also be translated as good order or governance according to good laws, as well as the springtime goddess of greener pastures. And these greener pastures are similar to where your management is likely to be playing golf. Seriously though, Eunomia is a group of small, incredibly smart, decoupled components, all coming together to provide you with security that you never knew you needed. So let's dig in and give you all a better view. At a high level, Eunomia is a serverless cloud governance tool that is focused on desired state management and functional learning.
There are four main parts to Eunomia. We have an advanced rules engine, an informative dashboarding and metrics, on-demand and real-time scanning of your environment, as well as reporting on all of the above. Our advanced rule engine is based off of lots of serverless decoupled components coming together to build the brain behind Eunomia. We have based our core around an open source software called Cloud Custodian and have built over 60 custom policies and chained many of them together to give you a full view of your AWS estate.
The next components we will speak about are the dashboarding, metrics aggregation, and reporting capabilities of Eunomia. We give you a central view of all the vulnerabilities within multiple AWS accounts. We provide learnings for you in the form of recommendations for fixing those vulnerabilities that are found. We also give full control over who can see these findings and who can modify your account by providing various granular roles for Eunomia users. We have also built in a Eunomia index, giving you an immediate evaluation of the state of your account from the Eunomia findings. Either your accounts are in a good state, they need some work, or they require some immediate attention. Currently, the levels on the policies are graded on severity. We have used our experience and expertise to give them default values. And ultimately, you would have the power to change these values and fully customize your experience in order to meet your business needs.
We have daily automated checks that are run for all accounts at 8 a.m. GMT +2. With our on-demand scans, we give you the ability to run a scan on your accounts as required, multiple times daily, over and on top of the automatic trigger. Our real-time scans are where the true power of this tool comes out. We give you the ability to have real-time monitoring on your account. This means that as soon as you spin up something bad, within seconds, you can be notified of the finding, or even have Eunomia remediate the misconfigured resource for you, automatically based off of best practice. And if you are comfortable with it, Eunomia can have the power to remove the resource from your account entirely upon detection.
The backend is built up of various AWS services. We have Cognito being used as our identity provider, giving us authentication and authorization for our users and endpoints. We have Lambdas and Lambda layers being used for all of the little logical components, assisting us with signups and scaling our functionality. ECS and ECR. These are used to hold our containerized logical components for our front end, providing us with decoupled microservices and scaling out for the user base. API Gateway is set up to mitigate any attempts at accessing resources directly and abstracting all of the logic from the outside world. RDS, we specifically use Aurora Serverless, as our current data store, allowing us for scalable and highly available solutions, keeping our data readily available and secure. We also have S3, which is used as a data store for our policies and template files. And finally, we use DynamoDB for mapping our policies to their locations on S3, as well as for real-time auditing.
The front end is deployed using AWS Amplify and is all written in Angular. We have deployed the front end. We have the front end deployment pipeline running off any merges to our release branch, making our release process efficient and fully automated. Speaking of our CI/CD pipelines, they again are all AWS native, and we use code build as well as code pipeline. We have code build to build our APIs and ECS containers to store them on ECR, and we have code pipeline, which will orchestrate all of the builds for us. This ensures that the deployments are done efficiently and as needed.
Finally, we are firm believers in infrastructure as code. It really helps us to make our code transferable and reusable, as well as assisting with our infrastructure state management. We are using 3 different providers for this. We have AWS CloudFormation, utilized by our users in order to deploy all of the required roles and permissions that Eunomia needs within their AWS account. HashiCorp Terraform, which is used to manage all of our infrastructure as code for the application infrastructure. And finally, we use Serverless Framework to manage and deploy our PDF reporting solution.
So now that you know what's powering Eunomia and holding us all together, let's walk you through the logic flow diagram of Eunomia. So first, we got to find ourselves an AWS newbie. Then, probably the most important part of this logic flow is your CTO, who can then go out, play some golf, or whatever his heart desires, because he knows thanks to Eunomia, his environment will be safe. Next, we need to have an AWS account created, as well as a Eunomia account created, which will link up to your AWS account. We then go and we'll choose some Eunomia policies that we want running to help and secure our workload. Then we need to develop our application. This will be done free of any bottlenecks or red tape, all with Eunomia watching us and notifying us of anything that we could have misconfigured. Once you're happy with the state of your application, we can then release it to the public. But remember the final step to ensure to keep monitoring through Eunomia for any configuration or infrastructure changes so you don't get any surprises.
Now that we know the high-level overview, let's talk about the actual flow of Eunomia in order to understand the technologies used and how they're all linked up. Let's start with our 2 ways of triggering a scan in your accounts for vulnerabilities. You are able to manually run from the website, run the scan from the website, or alternatively, we have a daily run using our cron job running at 8 a.m. GMT +2. These triggered events are sent to a queue. The queue then triggers an orchestration lambda, which will then handle all of our fanouts and is the start of our logic. This lambda fetches the required account data from our Aurora serverless RDS DB. This lambda will then fan out to run all of the Eunomia logic, ensuring that the tasks are run in parallel and do not time out. The fan out of this is shown in more detail on the next slide. The Eunomia lambda will fetch various information from DynamoDB as well as S3 around the accounts to run on and the actual policy files to run on that particular account. With these policies and account numbers, it will then use a cross-account role to go into your account and scan for any non-compliant resources.
Once we have the results of these scans, the Lambda will then send a notification through SNS in order to trigger the analysis process. This SNS topic triggers an analysis Lambda. which will go and analyze all the results as well as sort them out if the customers have decided to mute some of their notifications. It also writes all of the findings, muted or not, to our findings database for our audit trails. Again, from this Lambda, the communication is decoupled from the next stage with another queue, and this queue will trigger another Lambda for notifications. If the client has configured any reactive policies on their account, these notifications will then be sent to them through AWS SES. Finally, we have our PDF generator feature. This is used to generate reports upon request from the user or from the front end of our website. These reports are all on the findings within their AWS accounts.
If we take a step back, one of the main reasons we opted for this serverless approach is the scalability. If you think about it, if we have 1,000 users, all of which have 2 AWS accounts, each running 60 policies on them, that means that every morning at 8 a.m., we need to accommodate for 12,000 instances of our application running. With this scalability of our Lambda spanning out, it allows all of these to run simultaneously, leaving no downtime and servers being bombarded with all of these requests, and our clients getting the results almost immediately on every. Demonstrates the calling of as many instances of Eunomia as required in the form of Eunomia Lambdas. These results are all lined up in our queue as to not lose any data, and all the findings are written accordingly, no matter how many account scans are running simultaneously.
Next, before we get to the real fun stuff, let's have a quick walkthrough and have a look at one of our customizable policies. They are all written in YAML, which we are able to variabilize and templatize any of our fields. First, some important points to point out, we have custom labels to help sort out on the front end. So you can see the labels of this policy have been set to latest. We know it's the latest version of the policy. We have collectible, and we have AWS SG, which means it's linked to the resource of AWS Security Group. Next, we have the ability to account for custom regions. This makes sure that no matter which region your resources live in or where you are based in the world, you can have your account secured using Eunomia. We can variabilize sections and reuse them in our policies. This helps clean up the policies a bit and lets you have no duplicated code. You have everything written once that you need, and you can use it as many times as required. And then finally, we can have custom rules, or as we call them, filters, as well as recommendations based on your organizational needs. If you look on the left, we have a recommendation, as this is a security policy, security group policy. We want to limit our ingress and egress IP ranges. You don't want your security group open to everyone. And if you look at our filters or the rules on the right, we can see that we're checking for whatever ports you want in, whatever SATA blocks you want in. So we can customize this as much as we like, and we can use these policies to help us secure your AWS accounts.
With the help of Serverless Framework, we were able to quickly and easily deploy a PDF generator with encryption capabilities in order to send out Eunomia reports based on our findings. We found that our customers wanted the ability to send their golf course-bound CTOs reports to show the progress that they have made over a given period of time. The most requested feature was to see a delta of the findings over that particular period of time. So we decided to give the users the ability to enable or disable both detailed reporting and or encryption to send these confidential findings out to the relevant parties.
Cool. So now that we've taken you through all the theory that you need to know, I think it's time that we give you guys a nice practical demo to show you that our tool works as magnificently as we told you it did. So let's start off here. if we go on to the AWS console, and we've already created a Eunomia user for us to sign into, sorry, our Eunomia dashboard, not the AWS console. We've already created a user for Eunomia. If you don't have a user, there's a little button at the bottom to let you create an account. Cool, so once we've signed in, LP will take you through a bit of a walkthrough of our dashboard and all the features we have there.
Cool. So what you're currently seeing now is a very refined version of what we started off with. We try to set this up in such a way that it gives the user a good flow of how this tool works and gives them a kind of walkthrough with buttons and a guide on the left-hand side just to see exactly the process that you need to follow to set yourself up. So if we look at this dashboard, immediately you see the Eunomia index on the top right-hand corner, and that's at a glance to see what state your accounts are in. We also have the PDF reporting directly from this dashboard. And then you can immediately, there's a quick button to create your Eunomia account, which, as Evan mentioned, is just a grouping of all of your AWS accounts. So if we go through on the left, once you've created your Eunomia accounts, you would be able to see them here. Then we have AWS accounts, which allows you to add those specific AWS accounts and link them to a particular Eunomia account. So you could group, for example, your dev accounts or your production accounts into different Eunomia accounts. Then one of the big drivers we had for this tool was to try to automate the well-architected reviews. And if you are familiar with the well-architected tool, you'll probably recognize some of these questions because at the moment we are only catering for the security pillar within the well-architected pillars. Then we have managed Eunomia policies. These are the ones that Evan mentioned. These are a bunch of our managed policies and based on our recommendations of issues that we've found, and you can immediately configure any of these policies for your particular accounts. And then finally, the configured policies is what you would see for once you have configured any of the policies on your accounts.
Cool. So I think let's now just go through the whole process. We've walked you through what it looks like. So let's show you guys in practice how it works. So first, we'll go and create ourselves a Eunomia account. You can call this whatever you want. It's your grouping of the accounts. So we're going to just call it DevConf for our purposes. You can now see, if you go to Eunomia accounts, that we have this Eunomia account called DevConf. It allows you on the right-hand side to add users. It also lets you manage users. So some of the conditions we do is we do check that the user you're trying to add is a registered Eunomia user. So if you try add someone that's not a Eunomia user, you can try add them as any role. And there's a little pop-up at the top that tells you, sorry, we can't do that, they're not a user. If you do add someone that is an actual Eunomia user, so for example, we'll go and add my user, we'll see, give it a role, and once you add it, you can then see that you have that user now on your Eunomia account. So we've got our nice demo user, and we've got me on this account. Now that we've got a Eunomia account, let's go and add an AWS account for the demo. Cool. So what we're going to do is you can see there's a whole lot of fields that you need to add in order for us to be able to use it on your account. We need your account name. This is, again, what you want to see as your friendly account name. When you go in, name it something useful so that you don't forget what they are. You need your account ID so that we know which account we're going to be speaking to. And then you need to assign it to a Eunomia account. So we are assigning it to our DevConf account. It gives us a summary of all the roles that it will need in the account. And then it asks you what emails you want registered to send notifications to. These emails you don't need to be Eunomia users for. Again, for our examples before, some people might not want to see the dashboard. They might just want some, daily updates on how your account's doing or notifications on what's happening. So these can be any email addresses. We validate that they're valid email addresses, but we don't care if they're Eunomia users or not. We then have the notification severity. It just lets us say, based on the Eunomia index, at what point do we want to notify us of a problem? Some people might only notify you when the account's in a very bad state. Some people want notifications if it's above 0, if there's anything wrong. So we've catered to kind of all the users. Once we create the account, you can see the nice red little bubble of account state. What this means is we haven't been able to verify it's your account. You need the roles in your account for us to be able to speak to your account and know it's you. So we've made this little handy launch CloudFormation stack button right there for your accounts. When you click it, it takes you to the console, AWS console, giving you a nice little summary of what we're going to be deploying into your account. We do have to check the little box at the bottom. We are creating IAM roles, and it's just a little security check so that you should actually look through this before you to deploy. So what we create, as you can see while it goes through, is there's a couple roles that we need for our deployers. We got some garbage collection happening so that we don't just leave stuff lying around in your account. And all of these roles kind of follow AWS best practices of the least privilege permissions. And we make sure that those roles are made through CloudFormation. You have full control over these roles. If you're not happy with them in your account, you're more than welcome to go and delete the stack. That's all in your control. It's not like you've signed up and signed your life away. If you're not happy, that's as simple as going and deleting the stack. Once you've created the roles, you can see you get a nice little welcome email telling you we've successfully validated your account, and we use the email addresses of your Eunomia account. So, if you didn't do something, we've given you a nice little email there to complain to, if need be. Hopefully never, though. What we then do is we'll go test the access again. So if you just click check in the access for the account, and it will go through the process of running a check. Once you just refresh the page and you have a look at your AWS accounts, we then should hopefully see it nice and green to say, cool, we verified it's your account, you spun up all the roles, and we're good to go. So I think the next step, all this is cool to see, but let's show you guys how it works. Let's configure a policy. Let's do a reactive policy. We spoke about, the security groups earlier. So let's add a policy for notifying us on any bad security groups showing up in our account. We select which account we want it for. We select what region we're going to be deploying the resources into, or what region you want to monitor, and then you save it. If you go to configured policies at the bottom, you'll see that, cool, now we have this policy configured for our AWS account. We then go through, we say we want to run this because we just want to make sure that the policy's there, it's all being configured. We get a nice little successful message, and we know, cool, our account is now being monitored for any bad security groups spinning up in the account. So let's go and do something bad. Let's go to our AWS account, and let's create a security group. Let's make it not a very good security group, so I guess a naughty DevConf security group is a good name for it. And give it a nice little description, because, you should be describing everything you're doing, so when you come back, you know what you did. And let's add a horrible inbound rule of, maybe some all traffic to the security group. I guess for those of you not familiar, this just means if we put this on a box, anyone, anywhere in the world can now connect to this box that holds the security group. We're basically saying we don't care about firewalls. We're brave enough to just open everything up to the world. So what we've done now is we've created that security group. We're not actually going to attach it to anything because that's not very clever, but it's now been created in the background. What Eunomia is doing is it's monitoring our CloudTrail events. So it's seeing that someone's gone, a user in the account, it's created the security group. It's created the security group saying all traffic is allowed into this box from anywhere in the world, and it triggers up, this is a horrible thing to do. So we get a nice little email telling us that, this is a reactive security alert. Someone in your account seems to have created an open security group. So, within seconds, it comes up, it tells you, this guy's done something bad. It gives you a recommendation. We've also got a little recommendation URL for you guys to use. If you go to that, that just takes you to AWS documentation. It kind of gives you, their way of how you should set it up. It gives you their best practice and just kind of runs you through a little bit of what they want you to do. These are all customizable, as we said before. So if your organization has a different recommendation or their own documents, you can link it to that. If you look at our found resources, we found our naughty DevConf security group, which was the bad one that we just created. It tells us which account it's in, which region, and just a little bit of details to help you kind of remediate and fix the problems. Cool. So if we go back, let's run a well-architected framework quickly. So what we call them is a WAF pack. We've done, as LP mentioned before, we've started with just the security pillar. So we're going to select all of them. We're going to say we want to run it on our DevConf account, and we'll just run the WAF pack. In the background, this is going to go run a whole lot of chain together policies, find any findings on the account. So if we have a look, we've left the resource. We can see that, this naughty DevConf guy is one of the bad things for a well-architected review. We've let you switch between accounts. As this runs, we found some more findings, and we let you see, how they're categorized. We give you the ability to see your high, your really bad alerts. You can see your medium alerts, the ones that, are bad, but could be a lot worse. So you can see, what policy they ran, what security question from the well-architected review it is. So this all helps us kind of remediate your account based on the well-architected reviews. It helps us facilitate the reviews. We can do them a lot quicker. Usually the couple-hour process of running the review, and then the couple-week process of running through the account, seeing what are the bad resources, how do we remediate them. This cuts down our time by, tenfold easily, where we can see, cool, these are all the really bad things. Like, you can click through, you can see what they are, and you know exactly where to find them on the AWS console and where to fix them. We have added the ability to mute these resources. So like we mentioned before, if it's meant to be like that, sometimes your configuration doesn't follow best practice on purpose. Sometimes you have a public S3 bucket that's used for a website. That's allowed. There's nothing bad with that. So you can mute them. And that means next time this runs, it won't actually notify you that that's a problem. So overall, the tool's kind of built to help you, built alongside with cloud engineers running these well-architected reviews, running the security policies, doing the checks and remediations on accounts. So we've built it based on what's most needed by different people. The final thing that we've got on here is our PDF reporting. If we just go up a bit, we can see we can generate PDF reports based on all of these findings. What this lets us do is we can either do an encrypted report. So, sometimes these things are highly confidential. You don't want people knowing what's in your state if they do get out. So we can add a password to them. We've also got the ability to have a summary if you, want just a high level of what's found, basically what you're seeing on the dashboard, we send that. Or you click the detailed box and it will send through a detailed report to the users you've specified in that email addresses. Again, those users there can be anyone. They don't have to be Eunomia users. The only thing you need to be a Eunomia user for is to actually get access to the front end. So you can see your Eunomia index has jumped up quite a lot on this account. We did leave it as quite a dirty account just to show you guys, it's not so great. Not everyone's perfect. Like we might be, maybe not for the demo though. So the PDF will then kind of generate in the background. The PDF engine goes through and sends through an email in the form of a Eunomia report to you. What you can do is open it up. You can enter the password that you encrypted it with, and it will show you a nice little detailed view of all your findings, if we remember what password we sent it with. Cool. So you can see it gives you a nice little account overview. It tells you there were 31 findings in your account, what date it was, and as LP mentioned before, we've got the nice feature of a time delta. So you can say, how many findings did we have yesterday? How many do we have today? Is the team making some progress on remediating? It also gives you an overview of the different resources and how many findings there were per resource, and then a detailed overview of all the resource names to give you an idea of, where you can find them on the console. Cool.
Yeah. So that's all, folks. Just a quick thank you to the organizers for putting all of this together. And thank you to you guys for listening. And please don't hesitate to give us any feedback. All of our contact details are on our website. And if time allows it, we're happy to take some.
Hey guys, thank you so much for the talk. It was very interesting. Let me just check real quick if you have any questions.
Sure. I hope we were detailed enough.
Yeah, I think you guys did really good because I don't see any questions for now. So
hopefully our website answers all of the questions and the demo. Yeah, I hope that answers all of the questions.
Yeah, so I mean, it is a free-to-use tool, so feel free to sign up, play around on your personal accounts, and just have fun.
Yeah.
Okay, well, guys, thank you so much for your time. If you have anything you want to add before leaving us, feel free. But
yeah, I think that's all from our side.
Yeah.
Just thank you guys so much for the opportunity.
okay, awesome, Ben. Thank you so much.
Thank
Everyone,
you.
we're going to see you in 20 minutes. Bye.
Bye.
Cheers.
2, 1. Hey guys, so we're back and we have another very interesting talk for you. We're going to be welcoming Paul Zietsman from Synthesis. And without further ado, Paul, hi.
How's it?
How are you doing?
Good, and you? Good.
Good. So if you could please give us a little more info about you, that would be nice.
Sure. So I, as mentioned, I work for Synthesis. I'm a technical lead for the Cape Town region. My background is a bit mixed. I've worked as an actuarial assistant. I'm a qualified engineer, electronic engineer. Back in the day when the stack was a bit smaller, I was a full stack developer. I don't think I can call myself one anymore. And today I do a lot of work in AWS, from enablement to like this talk is about more on the data realm. So that's what my day-to-day looks like now.
Okay, awesome. Well, you ready to start your presentation? Shall I leave the floor for you? Okay.
Thanks very much.
Thanks you.
Thank you. Cool. So today I want to talk to you guys about a interesting project we had, and like the title suggests, it didn't start out as a data lake, and maybe didn't even ended up like a data lake. And at a high level, I want to talk through the architecture and how simple you could do these things, and then some of the learnings, some of them specific to the tech stack we chose, to data projects, and some more to like just general good software development practices. So my intro, we went through this. Please feel free to reach out on social media or GitHub or wherever. My handle everywhere is phzietsman. Yeah, and like I mentioned, I'm a bit of a jack of all trades. So how did this project come to be? So we had a client who came to us who said they had a lot of data sources, and they could only utilize a handful of them because of like resource constraints. And these resource constraints were both from a technical point of view, but also from a human resources point of view. The data warehouse was a choke point for them. It couldn't handle what they were throwing at it, and their people weren't skilled up in like the latest technology, so they couldn't really do something about that. So Maureen, can I ask you to mute your mic?
My bad.
Sure, thank you. No worries. So, and then on the other side, they had data sources that were a bit questionable. Like, so there was quite a bit of validation that needed to happen on them. And on these shaky foundations, they were building quite business critical reports. So it was quite important to them that they, that we sort this out. And to make matters worse, it was all manual. So they had to do all these things manual, and at best they could generate monthly reports where the ask was, could we maybe go to a point where we could get reports in real time, if possible, if it made sense. So that was the ask. And immediately after the ask, we realized that this is not actually a big data problem. Our client just has, they've got a big problem with data. And that was what we're actually going to solve for them. So getting started, the first phase of the project, we said, okay, cool, what do we have to our, what do we have in our tool belt? And the client was they've been running on AWS for a long while. They had a very mature AWS estate and cloud capabilities internal. The specific team you were working with, not so much, but as an organization, they had really good AWS skills. So that was an obvious choice for us. And then the team was made up out of data analysts and very traditional data people. No heavy data engineering skills, though, no software development skills. So out of that, we immediately realized that we would have to build something, unless we were planning on maintaining this forever, which is not something we really want to do. We had to build something that's quite low maintenance. So that was something that we had to keep in the back of our heads. And also we had to solve like one business unit's problems. And it was like, it's easier to get tempted to build something that serves like the entire organization's needs. And forgetting about this, like just like you actually have to only first solve one person's problem. So that was also something we were focusing on to say, okay, cool, to get started, these are the things. So we started with a very, very simple architecture, and you can Google data lake architectures and you get something like this. And this is a very good starting point. In fact, we had to remove some of the services that you usually have in this. So something like AWS step functions, we couldn't use that because in many of the big organizations, cloud services need to be approved and go through quite a stringent security check, and guardrails need to be put around them. And that at that point hasn't happened for step functions, so we couldn't do that. So we couldn't use step functions. So for orchestration, we had to get creative. We also didn't want to include something like Apache Airflow, even though it's a very good piece of software. It would be something that the client would have to maintain, which was not what we wanted. So we went all serverless. S3 buckets, obviously serverless. Glue was a relatively new service when we started the project, and we used Glue jobs for our ETLs, and we used Glue crawlers to populate the Glue data catalog, which could then be queried by things like Athena or QuickSight. And you could even, actually we used a JDBC plugin that allowed you to query data through Athena in Power BI. So we could even do dashboarding in Power BI with this very simple architecture. So at its core, Glue uses Spark. Oh, actually you have two modes. You can run it in Spark with just vanilla Python. We used Spark when we started, and there's an abstraction over it in Glue. We decided to not use that. We wanted to keep our ETLs as close to Spark, like a vanilla Spark, as we can, because we didn't at that stage have confidence in Glue that it would be the final solution. So we didn't want to build too much on this abstraction, Glue abstraction, that you might not have in something like EMR, or if you wanted to run these Glue jobs somewhere else. So we just ran vanilla Spark, and Glue gave us some interesting bookmarking capabilities. We didn't really use it, but that was something that another tool we had. And then, as I mentioned, the Glue crawlers and the catalog worked well with a lot of other AWS services. So that was pretty cool. So this was our initial architecture that we came up with, and being devs, we said there's only one way to do this. We have to do it infrastructure as code. So even though we were trying to get to a point where we were proving value quickly for the client, this was something we didn't compromise on. Everything had to be infrastructure as code. And we're big fans of Terraform, and we built everything in Terraform. So that entire architecture, this would be a single pipeline. We would code out a pipeline, and you could spin up as many of these as you needed. So for us, that was early on a very good choice we made. And infrastructure as code is, even though it's not like a proper coding language, it's still code, and there can still be bugs in it. And we followed proper software development practices with this, where you had pull requests, you had code reviews, our code was versioned. So we treated it like you would with application code. So this was the first phase of the project. And after this phase, and this was about maybe 6 weeks, what we had is disposable pipelines. And what I mean with disposable is they were very easy to spin up and we could spin up as many as we want, as quick as we want, and we can kill them again without, like, we weren't very attached to them. Our pipelines did not actually include the storage layer, so the S3, it didn't provision S3 buckets. It would just reference existing buckets, and that was part of like the setup at that enterprise. We couldn't spin up our own buckets, so a central team did that for us. So these, like, you could kill these pipelines or like spin them up as you wanted, which is really, really cool because it gave us a good foundation to build on going forward. At that point, we did a historic update of quite a lot of data, and these manual extracts, we started feeding that in into the data lake. And then what was cool, in this relatively short period, we got most of the data sources they were using in their current setup in queryable formats. So you could go into Athena and QuickSight and build dashboards. And we did exactly that. We built it was very basic at that point, but we built dashboards that could be basically operationalized. So in a short span, that was the output. And in that short time span, we started showing value to the business owners. Being new services, and we were quite new to Glue as well. There were some learnings in this. It wasn't just smooth sailing. So the first thing we didn't realize was we thought Glue jobs would function more like Lambdas. Like you invoke it, it runs, it gives you something back. It was not the case. Glue jobs do not run like that. You submit the job, it goes into a queue, and you wait for it to come back. Or you actually pull that job to get when it's finished. It doesn't actually return anything. So its outputs, the stuff that the ETL outputs, that's the outputs. It doesn't return anything to you. And that was something we had to keep in mind. Also, you're quite reliant on the availability of jobs. So you submit a job with a certain size and for the Glue job, and AWS needs that, like, provisions that capacity, and sometimes you sit in a queue and you wait for a job. So that could sometimes take 10 minutes before your job actually starts. That has been improved significantly recently, but that was a real thing for us. So our frequency in which we could run jobs was not as quick as we initially thought we could. So next thing was Glue crawlers. We had a dream where we could point a crawler to a raw data set, and it would go and discover the schema for us, and we can just manipulate that schema and spit it out on the other side and crawl it again. It didn't work like that. The Glue crawlers it's actually not a limitation on the Glue crawler. It's just the way that the underlying technologies work. You could get varying results depending on what type of data you point your crawler to. So if you had a CSV file and you've got a column that only has numbers in today, but it's actually a string field, and that data set just particularly only had numbers in, it would classify it as a number column. Tomorrow that column might contain a string value, and suddenly the column type would change, which is not a good thing. So the crawlers we had to use them with caution. But that's something we figured out quite early, so that was not a train smash. The next thing is we used Parquet as our output format. It's quite a hard format to work with, just in general. Like if you have a Parquet file, you want to read it. It's not like opening a JSON file and reading it, but there's so many benefits with using it. It plays well with a lot of tools in the big data space. It's a bit of a standard, which is good, and the way we stored our files in Parquet also meant that we compressed them, which made our queries a lot faster because there's just less content to pull up from S3. And then our orchestration was not ideal. Like I mentioned, we couldn't use step functions. We didn't have Airflow, so we kind of hooked these events together using CloudWatch events and Lambdas. And it made it quite tricky if a file dropped in your raw location and it had to go through some ETLs and then end up in a final destination, like if you didn't know the system quite well, it was tricky to figure out like where in the process is your file. But that was the first phase, and it was very successful. So the next phase, we said, okay, cool. We were still ingesting manual data sources. Like people were still going to SQL servers, extracting data, CSVs being dropped in, all kinds of weird and wonderful file formats. And that was still a bottleneck. So we still like couldn't get the throughput we wanted. Like we couldn't generate reports fast enough because we were reliant on people to do that. So our second phase was, let's focus on automation. Let's get as many sources as we can automatically, and that would that was for us the logical next step. So we looked at our architecture and we said, well, we don't like our orchestration, but it's working. So let's use this block, this pipeline we have that is, we can just use it as is. We can spin up as many as we want, and that would become the core of our, for each data source, the pipeline that goes with it. So we had to solve this like automation problem. Like what robot are we going to plug in there to fix our automation? And it wasn't an obvious choice either, because we only had most of our data sources were only coming from SQL sources, like SQL databases. But we quickly realized there's all kinds of weird and wonderful data sources out there that we would like to consume, that would be very valuable to the project. And the most notable exception would be SaaS services, where we had to poke an API to get data back. We couldn't just get some big file dump or subscribe to an event and get the stuff in real time. We actually had to call REST APIs to get that. So for this ingestion automation options, we looked at like a plethora of services. File gateway was something we looked at, but it wasn't really a option, because our SQL sources would have would have to do something like a BCP extract, drop it in a network drive, which would have to go through or via file transfer, file gateway into AWS. So and that would also involve quite a bit of work from other teams that we don't have control over. So it's like, it's cool, but probably not the best choice. Then we looked at things like EMR and EC2 batch to run these extracts, and they're awesome services, but we also decided that there's EC2s involved, there's servers. We don't want to manage servers, so let's not go there for now. DMS was something we really wanted to do, the data migration services. If you're not familiar with it, you can use DMS to get a one-time extract from a database, or you can use DMS to continuously get changes like CDC, change data, to get that change data from your source. And unfortunately, again, being an enterprise that has to go through their due diligence with the service, DMS was not available to us, so we couldn't use DMS, even though it's like a really good way to get data from SQL servers. It would also just solve for SQL. And then there's like the Swiss Army knife of AWS, which is the Lambdas. And like I mentioned earlier, we didn't really have like big data. It was just a lot of like sources, and they were all over the place. So we decided to give Lambda a go. Let's see if we can use Lambdas to connect to those databases, extract the data, chuck it into the S3 buckets, and go from there. So Lambda was what we ended up with. We later realized we could have used glue jobs. So a glue job doesn't run within the VPC context. So from a networking point of view, if you wanted to get from your VPC in AWS to a network on-prem. If it doesn't run within a VPC context, like that wouldn't work. But Glue has a thing called connections, which is meant to hook you in with, like you put in a connection string, a SQL connection string, and your Glue job would have connectivity to that. What we realized is, like, it provisions a network interface in your VPC for that job, which puts that job onto the network. Even if that connection string is not valid, it doesn't matter, you don't have to actually use it, but we could have done that. So we could have used our jobs to directly hook into the sources and get the data. So that was something we realized a bit later. So if you ever wanted to get your Glue jobs onto a VPC, that's a really good way to do it. So we had our black box, which was provisioning pipelines, and now we had Lambdas doing all kinds of weird and wonderful stuff to get data from APIs, from SQL sources. We had to create Lambda layers to do Kerberos authentication. So it sounds a bit wacky, but we actually had Lambdas do with Lambda layers that could do Kerberos authentication, and it worked. Lambdas are extremely powerful. And what this allowed us to do is we could onboard a lot of data, and we did. We went crazy. Like, if there was a data source that someone remotely was interested in, we would onboard it. And this is where our first big lesson happened. Schemas, like DBAs would change schemas, and our ETLs would just burn. And we realized, like, these schema changes is a real thing. And they change in all kinds of ways. Like, columns get added, columns get removed, data types change, and columns just get renamed. And this is something we didn't think of at all. And this was never a problem for the team, because they would go and extract the data in like their manual extract, and they would massage the data into whatever they needed for their reports. So they were kind of like, for them, schema changes was like, even though they had experienced it, it was not something that was top of mind for them, because it was just like business as usual. And for us coming in from the outside, we missed something here, and this was quite bad, because now a schema would change and it would completely break your pipeline. Your ETL would not work. In some cases it would work, but the output is not the same from the previous day. It was a nightmare. So to give an example of how things started breaking and how things started getting weird, like in this example, a column getting added. So there was only these few columns, and this is an example I generated. And then on the next data set, there would be a name, like a string column being added. In Glue is clever. It figures, like the crawler figures out, awesome, there's a new column, and it can totally handle that. So if you query that data set across all records, it would realize, like, okay, cool, maybe a logical value for a string field that wasn't there yesterday but it's there today is just an empty string. So you can see it would just populate it for all the records with empty strings. And that was kind of okay, we could handle that, but it would make these type of assumptions on other data sets or other data types as well, which didn't always have such a friendly outcome. The bigger problem was when data types changed or when column headers changed, like the column name changed. You would get something like this, where this was a double, the data type was a double, and the next time it turns into a string for whatever reason. And this was a massive breaking change. And this puts, it's not only your ETL that breaks, and in fact, your ETL usually didn't break on this. It's downstream systems that started breaking. You would get something like this where you would want to query the data, same query as the previous time, but now there's conflicting data types, and the underlying technology being Hive, like it's a schema mismatch. It cannot handle that. There is simply no way of handling it. You could totally go and you can query up until a certain date where all the schemas look the same, and then after the date where it changed and all the schemas look the same, and that would be fine. But if we query across those changes, then things got weird. And this was not a fun way for things to break. And we didn't actually expect this to happen. So what we had to scramble, and we really we weren't sure how to handle this. So what we came up with after doing a bit of research is to say, like, today we partition our data. So if you're not familiar with partitioning in this context, is within S3 it looks like a folder. But when you write these Parquet files and you use partitioning, depending on the columns you're using to partition, Spark will write those files under the correct partitions. And what makes this really powerful is if you use these partitions, so they are seen as virtual columns in your data set. If you query on them, queries can be optimized massively. Like if you queried something that sits on 2020, month 1, day 1, it would, even if you do a select star, it wouldn't go across like your entire data source. It would only query that folder. I say folder there, but you get the idea. It would only pull up those files, making queries much faster, much cheaper. So this was our first approach, where we partitioned on date, and then we realized, but these schemas, let's try and version these schemas. Let's see if we could say schemas look a certain way at a certain they look a certain way. So let's version it, like that's the version of the schema, and we store it under that, and then all our downstream queries and systems would know, like, I can totally consume version 1 of a schema. And our responsibility was then just to ensure that that we don't break that version, so that that there's no schema changes for version 1, no additions, no removals, no changes, nothing. If the schema changes in any way, we would have to create a version 2. But what that allowed us to do is to we could run multiple versions of we versioned our ETL, so the ETL kind of was tied to a schema. We could run multiple ETLs, multiple versions. They write to the same bucket, but under a different partition. And depending on the schema change, they could run in parallel. Like if it's a non-breaking schema change, because you've got schema changes that's not classified as a non-breaking schema change, we could run them in parallel, or if it's a breaking schema change, for example, a mandatory field. So some of our data sets had hundreds of columns, of which we weren't interested in all 100. There was ones that we know are mandatory, and we had to write a little library where we could have a schema definition and say, these are mandatory, these are not. If it's not there, treat it in this way, like either put in a default or alert us or whatever. So if it's not a breaking change, we could run them in parallel. If it's a breaking change, we could just we had to decide, how do we treat this? So we would write, for example, version 2 could have been a breaking change. We would write a version 3 that could handle it. And then we had to go to the business users, the guys consuming our data, to say, like, this change happened. It's a breaking change. How do you want us to handle it? Do you want us to go back to the version 2 schema and do a migration to version 3? Like, take that data, move it. Or are you comfortable querying across 2 versions? Because you could do that as well. But that gave us that would buy us some time to handle this, and our system wouldn't go down when things like this happened. So that little library we wrote, even though it was pretty simple, and our schema definitions was pretty simple at that stage, or how we handled schema evolution was pretty simple. It really saved us. So after this phase of the project, we were ingesting a lot of data, and we were automating it. We were doing, we had a little library that could handle our definition of schema evolution, and we had versioning, and things were flying. We were generating reports like very frequently, not daily at that stage, but not on a monthly basis. Our ETLs were doing quite good, like it's very fundamental, but still better than nothing. Data quality checks, and we were doing data cleaning, and we were normalizing data column headers. So if there was something like a name column, some data sources would have it like first name, others would call it capital N, others would just have like lower cases. We would normalize all that stuff so that you could write, like your queries became much more legible as well, because we were doing this normalization across data sources, and doing some very basic data quality checks and some cleanups in our ETLs. So from this phase, what we learned is like you cannot rely on these tools, and it's not Lou specific, to handle your schema evolution for you, and to it'll just work. That is not how things work. You have to from day one, you have to assume that your data will change, or your schemas will change, and you need a way to handle that. After this project, we've implemented similar architectures at more than one client, and schema versioning is continues to come up. Like we're saying, this is the way we're using it, and it's proven valuable, and it's definitely something that I would recommend if you do a project like this. That's a good first pass. You might come up with a much better strategy later on, but to get something out there that is quite robust, schema versioning is definitely the way to go. And then data partitioning, and versioning ties into this, is use partitioning. As we started onboarding sources, a lot more sources, we realized that partitioning is actually saving us a lot of money. Our queries would become slow, and slow is expensive, so that's the same thing. So by partitioning our data correctly, we actually saved quite a bit of money. And then serverless is serverless is the best. In this entire project, up to this point, we had little to no maintenance. Our lambdas, we had to maintain our code. You always have to maintain your code, that you can't get rid of that. But we didn't have to worry about do we patch this server? Are we running out of storage? None of that. We had none of those problems. We could 100% focus on the business problem, what we're trying to solve for the client. And we could, sure, you have to size your lambdas, and you have to monitor that your lambdas are not running out of, running too long or running out of memory. But you, in any case, have to do that no matter what you do. So, and the same applies to your jobs. You have to monitor your Glue jobs to see if you've got enough processing units for them. But that's really simple to do. So serverless was the reason we could focus on the business problem and not on the IT problem. So if we look back at that point at the project, what did we build? And I would say we kind of built a data something. And then we joke, we say if it quacks like a data lake, and then, well, it is not really a data lake. AWS has their own definition of a data lake. James Dixon had his own definition of what a data lake could be. But if you look at this, it's a centralized thing. That's what you expect of a data lake. It's a centralized thing, and that's the first rule we broke. We didn't. We were a silo. We looked at a single business unit. Even though we were centralizing data, we were pulling it in from multiple sources from different business units. It was for our business units. We weren't centralizing it for consumption as well. Even though over time more people started consuming it, that was not its main purpose. There was a specific business unit this was built for. Then another thing they'll tell you in data lake school is that you can chuck in structured and unstructured data. You can go wild at any scale. We found that didn't really hold, and maybe we were wrong. I haven't seen a data lake where you just chuck stuff in without it becoming a swamp. So we felt quite strong that you have to actually process the data a bit, and that can vary. We did quite a lot of processing because it was for our business use case. So we completely broke the mold there. The using data as is. We didn't do that. We consumed it from the source as is, and if we found bad nasties in the data, we would feed back to the team, the source system team, and tell them, dude, there's something funky in your data. Please have a look. We wouldn't just continue cleaning that stuff up without feeding it back, but we didn't use the data just as is. We manipulated the data quite a bit to get the value out of it that we needed, and we did that in the data lake. It wasn't a layer after the data lake where that happened. So that's not really going with the data lake mantra. And then in AWS's definition, you can use it in real-time analytics as well, which I don't fully agree. Data lakes are slow-moving things compared to real-time, something like Kafka or Kinesis. That's not what they were built for. They do not do that well. And if you look at the tooling around them, Spark is a great tool, but it's not built for real time. It's batch driven, even though it can go micro batch, it is still batchy. It's not real time. So I don't actually think we built a data lake, but it does have some, here and there, it does quack like a data lake. So what the system looks like today is they're consuming more than 50 data sources coming in, and like I said, all weird and wonderful types of data. Dashboards are being updated on a daily basis, and that was due to many things. Automation was just one part of it. The data cleaning steps we were taking, and actually the data cleaning was a big thing, and doing integrity checks on the data was key to getting this in, because a lot of the work they usually had to do is manual data cleanup and manual data checks to see if things are going good. So that was key for us. This thing ended up serving more business units than we planned. So we had our core business unit who was funding the project, but other business units were pulling from our lake, and but they weren't pushing the direction of which we were taking this thing. They were just consuming the data as is. So whatever we needed to do to the data, they consumed that data from us, which was a kind of unexpected thing to happen. And we built repeatable patterns. So the way we structured our code was we had our infrastructure as code, but also these repeatable building blocks. So if, as an organization, if someone had to spin up a data pipeline that could take data in on S3, or data gets dumped in S3, no matter how it gets there, and it needs to be processed and end up in another S3 bucket, and the ETL jobs had to be orchestrated and they had to be monitored, and alerting had to happen on them, you could just use our modules, our Terraform modules, and just implement them, and it would work. Our data ingestion lambdas, they were also Terraform modules that you can consume. So if you the Kerberos problem we solved, it's a really hard problem with Lambda, but it's done, and you could it was repeatable. So there was value beyond the business. We kind of democratized the ability to build data lakes, even though it's not really a data lake, and then very little maintenance. This thing was completely serverless, which was great. That is, we could, coming in as a vendor or a consultant, I can leave the project feeling warm and fuzzy that the client can actually run with this thing, and we skilled up the on-prem team, or the client team, to be able to run with this thing going forward. They can build it out. Sure, they're not SMEs in cloud, and they're not developers. So there will be a point where they'll run out of steam. But for the most part, they've got something that they can run and maintain, which makes me happy. I think it was quite a responsible thing to do. So the future of the project is looking now at how do we actually get streaming data in, and how do we incorporate streaming data sources or fast changing data, because in our case all the data sources were slow moving data sources. How do we bring this in with this, how do we incorporate this with this slow moving data lake? So how do we bring these two things together? How do we marry them? And how do we leverage off the pros and all the pros that the two different architectures have? So that's what we're doing today. Quite exciting stuff. And then data quality is like a constant thing. Like, how do we improve data quality? How do we improve our tests, our data integrity tests? So that's a ongoing thing on the project, and bring in more sources, give us more. So yeah. So looking back at the project, some of the good things, bad things, and some of the awesome things we discovered, and some takeaways. And as I mentioned, this is not just for data projects. This is for some software development things in general. So for me, very important, follow the money. Someone is paying for that project. If you're the internal team delivering on it, or if you're a consultant, someone is putting money on the table to get this thing done. Prove value to them quickly. Give them their money's worth very quickly in the project. Focus on that, because that will buy your product sponsor or your business sponsor, buy them some breathing room. It buys you some time to do cool stuff. So it's a win-win. You get those learnings that you only get once something is being consumed in the real world. Like, you can dev and test for days. You'll only figure out like the real shortcomings when people start using the thing. So get people to use your product as quickly as possible. And in our case, it was this data lake. There is a flip side to this, though. It's not just all smiles when you deliver business value quickly. It means you've got something in production early in your project, and production systems needs maintenance, and you get production support tickets. So that's the flip side of getting into production quickly. But I totally think it's worth it. Actually, I don't think you can deliver a successful project if you don't follow the money. Then for techies, this is one for us. This is like, get over yourself. Like, we like new tech. We want to do stuff complicated, incorporate the latest and greatest. Like, keep it simple. Focus on the business problem, not the IT problem. Don't make this business problem an IT problem. We tend to do that. So in our case, we were obsessed with automation. Like, everything had to be automated. Like, our data came in, and just the entire process had to be automated. And we realized, like, there's already a manual process to get data, to collect data. It was a crap process, but it was a process. And we leveraged off that existing process to get our pipelines fleshed out. And then once that was done, that was the first phase, we could focus on the automation. So that was for us something we had to do. And then, like, operational excellence. You can build the best technical thing ever. If no one can run the thing and keep it up and running, it's useless. So for us, going serverless was a big part of that, but also putting processes in place of how do you get data into this thing? If there's a need for a new data source, what's the process of onboarding a new data source? What's the process of validating that this data is correct, that our ETLs are working, and that like the changes we're making to the data is validated? Those processes were put in place quite early, which was like, you reap the rewards further down the line. And then, like, this doesn't fit in here, but I didn't actually know where to put it in, is like your stateful pieces of your project. Try and get them solid. it's very easy in this project context to change the pipelines. You could do that very easily without any like major repercussions. We could completely rip out our architecture and chuck something managed in there, and it would work because we weren't touching S3 where our data lived. Like, get your ETLs solid. If you produce really bad data, that's like you're pushing that stuff. It's being stored, and changing that afterwards is a pain. So get those things solid early on, or focus on that. And it's like kind of data quality stuff. This one is again, techies. We love new toys, but we need to bring a client and we need to bring an entire team with you. Like, these new things are scary. At some point you want a departure from your client or from that team you're working in. If you're an internal team, you don't want to be the guy or the girl maintaining the data lake for the rest of your career. Bring people with you on the journey. Skill people up around you. That'll only make your load lighter. And in that process, while you're teaching them a new skill, like a new tool, a lot of times they are domain experts in their own right, in something that you're not. So you're picking up from them as well, and like it's mutually beneficial. So definitely bring people along with the ride. Like, it's awesome. Get everyone excited about what you're doing. Then back to the data. Like, we partitioned on date, but sometimes it's not that obvious on what you'll have to partition your data, and that's okay. Like, you're going to make mistakes. Repartitioning in this world is not hard. Spark can do that with a pretty simple ETL script. You could repartition your data, and it's not an expensive exercise either. It's a time-consuming one, or it can be time-consuming if you get to a point where you've got petabytes, and that is expensive then. But early on, don't go into analysis paralysis to figure out, like, what is the correct partitioning. Like, you can figure that out later. On some of our data sources, we had very obvious columns that we wanted to partition on, and others we didn't have that obvious. It wasn't that obvious, and we had to change that, and that's fine. And it wasn't the same for every data source either. So don't get too fussed with your partitioning. Just to use all the information you have at that point. Make the best choice at that point, and then if you need to change it later on. And this, like, as I mentioned, schemas change. Like, that's going to happen, guaranteed, no matter how big or small it is. It is like you'll have to deal with it. Another thing is you're going to have encoding problems in your data sets. That's just how things are. So make sure that you can handle it. I'm going to run. I think I'm running out of time. I'm going to run through these next few. Like, lambdas are immensely powerful. Don't underestimate them from AWS point of view. Lambda layers are really cool, and recently they introduced EFS for Lambda, so you can attach storage to them, and they run for 15 minutes. I mean, 15 minutes is a long time. Like, you can do a lot of stuff in them. So use them. Like, use them to a point where they don't make sense anymore, and then look for something else. Then with Glue specifically, what's your spend? Like, you can spend can run away very, very quickly. The default settings on like jobs are quite crazy. That might have changed, but when we started, it was something like you had 10 DPUs where you only needed 2, like a minimum of 2. Your job timeout was 48 hours, and you're paying for 40 US cents per DPU per hour. So if you multiply that out, that's quite an amount that you could have a job that's hanging or something weird happens. Also, there's retries. Be careful for retries. Like, know your ETL, like know your job, and know what a retry is going to cause. Like, if you're doing bookmarking, maybe retries could help you, but like use it with caution because you could end up racking up quite a serious bill. When we worked on it, you paid for 10 minutes minimum. It's now down to a minute, and that's awesome. So that's a big thing. And then monitor, make sure that you're fully utilizing all the DPUs you have, and if you're running out of space. And then the last one, very, very important when you're on a data project, like your ETLs and your S3 storage and your pipelines and all that stuff, that's not your product. The data is your product. Treat it like a product. Make sure it's reliable, that the people consuming it, that it's a trusted source for them. Make sure it's reproducible, so that people can verify, like, how did you get from raw to processed, and then do it in a repeatable fashion. For us, that was infrastructure as code. So yeah, and that's it. That's it for me. If you're interested in joining the Synthesis team, drop us a mail at Talent, and yeah, maybe we could work together. If there's any questions, please shoot them now, and please give me some feedback on the session. Always good to get some. Thank you.
All right. Hey, I'm back, by the way. Yeah, that was, I mean, I kind of joined midway, but that was a really great session. It was really based on experience, which is great. So we don't really have too much time for questions, but I'll just throw one out there, maybe 1 minute to evaluate on this. There's a lot of confusion sometimes between data lake versus data warehouse. A lot of people confuse the two when there are actually some differences. So what do you think about that? And with your experience, with what you've been through, would probably data warehouse have been something that could be considered for your scenario?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So for us, in this case, the data lake made sense because the storage is just so much cheaper. But with with AWS, there's so many options. So you could so the data lake became quite slow. If you wanted to query big data sets, it's not that fast because you don't have dedicated compute. It's basically just storage. But if you tie that with something like Redshift Spectrum, which gives you dedicated compute and you can point it to S3 storage, that's an awesome combo. And then you kind of get the best of both worlds.
Yeah, true.
And in our case, we really muddied the water with data lake, data warehouse, because we were doing like ETLs in our lake, which is not academically correct. But for the use case, it was perfect. So
yeah.
I think assess every scenario and make the best decision based on your scenario. Don't get too academic about stuff.
Yeah, true. We can't put the technologies in like specific boxes. It's all very adaptable based on the needs. And from what I see is, it's true, you're using the data lake both as a lake and a warehouse. Like you have the analytics part, the part that goes a bit into data science. That's very good for data lake, but you also have that processed part that has business value. So yeah, it seems like you made like a data lake warehouse, which is nice. So I won't hold up too much longer. We have like a few minutes to close up. Just a quick look at the chat. Getting some good feedback. The viewers enjoyed, and Louis Philippe wants to go to data lake school. But you're already at Synthesis. You can just like shift offices and like teach me, sensei.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, so it was a really great session. Thank you for joining us. Especially sessions based on experience. It has a lot more to offer than just textbook content, textbook knowledge. If you have any closing notes, now is the time before we say goodbye.
No, it's all good. Thank you very much for organizing it.
All right, then.
Awesome,
Thank you,
event.
Paul.
See you in the next one.
Bye.
Cheers, guys. Bye.
So,
Yeah.
hey, Marine.
Hey, Vidush. So, what did you think of today?
This I think it went well. Normally it was. We still have Paul.
Oh.
Yeah, you can leave us now.
Bye, Paul.
Thanks for an awesome
Thanks.
setup. Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye.
All right. Yeah, so it was like a great day. I think we started a bit rough, getting used to the virtual conference, the new environment, but I think it went pretty well. We had a few issues, they were smoothened out, and we adapted. So personally, I also liked the session as well. What about you? What did you think?
It was very interesting. I can't say that I understood everything, but it was very interesting.
Yeah, it's more about sharing than really. It's not about understanding every single bit, but it's about sharing the different things, different scenarios that each person encounters. With that, I guess it is time to wrap up New Asgard for today. Anything you want to add before we close off?
Hey, thanks guys for having watched us all this time, and we hope to see you tomorrow again.
Yeah. And we hope to see the chat a bit more lively tomorrow. Come on.
Yeah, guys, don't be shy.
I said
I'm
we
shy
don't
enough,
bite.
all of us.
Plus, we are virtuous. So like, literally, we can't bite you. So it's fine. All right, then. I
Thanks
guess
a
this
lot.
is us signing off. We hope to see you tomorrow and on Friday as well. And thank you for being here. Have a great evening.
Thanks a lot. Bye, everyone.
Bye.